national security.
A very important discourse for such a time as
this. And so we have a lineup of speakers that it's very important that I say, hear ye them, in terms of the experience that we're bringing into the room. For those of you that are joining the platform for the very first time, well, you're welcome. The platform is an institution in Nigeria. It's our flagship personal development, corporate development, and national building discourse where we speak about the tough issues and speak to the fabric of our society and to our government in terms of holding them accountable, advocating for better rulership, better leadership, and also better citizenship, I must admit. And we have a lineup of speakers today that Pastor Tony and I will be introducing to you in a summary, just so you can get the gist of it, enough for you to stay glued to your screens as we go into today's discourse.
Amazing. So we have a lineup of 7 speakers today, which also includes our convener of the platform Nigeria, Pastor of the Covenant Nation, Pastor Poju Oyemade.
His Excellency,
His Excellency, Dr. Professor
Pastor Poju Oyemade.
And he'll be starting off the platform, always taking us, setting the tone for the discourse of today. And we have, in no order, but we have with us General Christopher Gwabin Musa, His Excellency Abubakar Bukola Saraki, His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, Miss Ayobe, Dr. Brian Kagoro, our guest from Zimbabwe, Mr. Olusegun Adeniyi, and Dr. Charles Omole, and of course, our moderator, Dr. Victor Oladokun. What do you have to say to this interesting lineup of speakers?
Indeed, it's very interesting. For those of you that have followed the history of Nigeria in the modern democracy, you would know some of these people. Dr. Bukola Saraki, His Excellency Governor Fashola. These have been 2-time governors in Nigeria, one of Kwara State, one in Lagos State. Governor Fashola has been Minister of Power, Works and Housing. His Excellency Bukola Saraki has actually been the Senate President here in Nigeria and the Chairman of the National Assembly. Now that's an important thing to note because he at one time has been the paramount legislator in our country and indeed the third in succession if you were counting President, Vice President, and then Senate President. That's an important thing. When you think of the discourse here and the spread of it, we have a security expert in terms of Charles Omole. We have a security practitioner who is currently, what you call in the theater, of it, in terms of the Minister of Defense, General Musa, retired General Musa. We have Ayobe, who we need to put that in context. She's a septuagenarian, if that's the right word, 70. And she's seen activism and advocacy for democracy here in Nigeria. And I think you and I, millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, can take a few notes as to how to advocate better, in terms of governance and government accountability.
Absolutely.
We have Dr. Victor Oladokun, who you shouldn't miss. He's going to be the moderator of the panel of these experts. And what he brings to the room is a global, discussion as to, make sure that there's mutual respect even in the discussion of our ideas. I think I'll leave it at that and, have some of our guests also tell us what they expect here.
Certainly. It's going to be a great time at the platform today. This is the studio. And before we go into the main session, we have with us some platform past attendees who tell us what they expect and even the impact the platform has had on them over the years. So our first guest, we'll call him up, Mr. Gbenga or Lauren Femi. Please join us here on set. You are most welcome, sir.
You're welcome.
Happy Democracy Day.
Happy Democracy Day to you too.
How are you feeling today?
Very well, thank you, and excited.
Excellent. What has the journey of the platform been for you, and what are your expectations from today's discourse?
I'm excited. There's a lot of expectation that experts in the house today, IOB, for example, CLO, Civil Liberty Organization, I used to respect how they used to conduct their protest those days. My godfather owned the building where their office was domiciled. Wow. So I had opportunity to meet them one-on-one. And then I like people that are groomed and understand their assignment. Abubakar Bukola Saraki represents that for me. He's one of the Senate presidents that has shown that he understands the assignment, and then he did it well when he was there. And right now we're talking about security. Again, what does even the platform represent for us? There's this thing that they say that judiciary is the last hope of the common man. I think the platform is where the common man and the so-called bourgeois or the elites meet to cross-fertilize ideas, and then a lot of things are usually birthed. So that's what platform represents for me. That's why I always look forward to platform, and then we look forward to experts come and talk about issues so that you can actually know what to run with and how to see life. They give you the right lens to see life, and then when it comes to the business part of some other things, maybe prospective business to go out.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we are sure that by the end of this platform, you have more in your arsenal as to how to move the nation forward.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. You can say that again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olorunfemi. It's such a powerful thing he said there, that the platform seems to be like a melting point where, like he said, the elites and the common man come together, to discuss matters that affect our, our government and our governance. Our next guest is actually running for a seat in the Federal House of Representatives. Her name is Simi Fajemirukun Ajayi, and I'd like to invite her up to tell us a little about, there's a story she has that is very
necessary story of how platform started the journey.
How platform converted her. So let's hear that story.
You're welcome, Simi.
Welcome. Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. And also, thank you for always organizing this. I don't know how many years now, probably over 15.
Started in 2007.
Wow, okay. So congratulations to the team. I started with a platform. I was in the US actually trying to see how I can jackpada, and stay, because Nigeria was frustrating me. And then a friend of mine, Sheye Odukogwe, who's in the UK, he sent me a link to watch the platform in 2018. And I watched the platform either between July and August, and I watched it several times. And by September, I bought my nomination form to run for House of Rep at the time in FCT Amak Buhari constituency.
So US, and you came back after watching and bought your form that same year.
Yes, amazing.
That's definitely a platform testimony there. But now, so tell us, what are your expectations today? Especially because you are still running, right?
Yes, I'm
for another seat.
Yes, I'm running for the same seat, but in Ondo State, my state of origin. And I'm actually here with my constituency from Ile-Oluji, Okegbo, Odigbo. And one of the things I wanted to achieve was that thought leadership that platform has provided for so many years, but possibly maybe not the grassroots. So I brought the grassroots in with me. We came in from Ondo, arrived 9 p.m. yesterday. Wow. And I really want to also study, because I'm 8 years in, 2018, and possibly see how platform begins to transform the grassroots and follow this team that came. Maybe 5 years from now, who knows, what will happen in my constituency, being exposed to the level of thinking, organization, and just the Nigerian excellence that we see here.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Excellence that we see here.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much. And this just testifies to the power of the platform. It's conversations that stir and empower and make us all realize that we are all builders of this nation. If someone could be abroad and come back and that same year got into it, how much more? So it's not just that we are here to listen, but we are here to receive ideas and concepts, and also understand the land better, to know how we can position to co-build. Our final guest is coming here.
Yes, and we have Mr. Innocent Daniels, who is also, I believe, you've attended a few platforms. You're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so can you tell us, what are your expectations here today?
Well, quite a lot of expectation, because I know that platform has almost become like a Chatham House in the US, in the UK, where conversations that's centered around policy and leadership. And for me, over the years, I believe that what has been produced from a platform has really done a lot in our country in terms of policy shaping and all of that. So today, I'm having a huge expectation because of the caliber of people in the room today. And I want to say this, that next election is a very big stake in our country, and I believe the things that are going to be discussed here today should be watched out for, because it's going to shape a lot of things, looking at security and the way the elections will go. So I'm looking forward to that, because I believe that today we are going to get a point of that conversation where we know where we're headed to. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Innocent Daniels. Very important point that you made there. One of the pillars of our democracy, or instruments of democracy, is the electoral system itself. And so even this discourse helps us to understand what to look for in our leaders and how to hold them accountable through the ballot box. Thank you so much, Mr. Innocent.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Right now, we're going into the main auditorium where the platform is meant to begin. Soji, what are your final words as we go into today's session?
My final words: grab your pen, grab your piece of paper, your iPad, your notepad, and get ready for some insightful ideas that you can take action with immediately after the platform.
You've heard that. Get ready for insightful ideas that you can take action with. And I will end by saying democracy is not just a system of government. It's a promise. And it's a promise that we all have work to do in ensuring that we fulfill. On that note, myself and Soji welcome you once again to this edition of the platform. Happy Democracy Day. And remember, Nigeria is blessed. Thank you for joining us. God bless you.
God bless you.
May we rise for the national anthem. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests here at the Lagos Marriott Hotel Ikeja, and everyone joining us online. I warmly welcome you to the June 12 Platform 2026, hosted by the Platform Nigeria and the Covenant Nation. My name is Chidima Sylvia Agbamuche, and it is my honor and privilege to guide you through today's very important conversation. We gather today in this prestigious venue for a powerful conversation on governance, democracy, and national security, three pillars that are vital to our nation's future. June 12 is a date that carries deep meaning in our democratic journey, reminding us of our courage, sacrifice, and our enduring quest for a just and equitable society. We are joined today by some of Nigeria's finest leaders, former governors, security experts, civil society voices, each shaping our institutions and pushing the frontiers on progress. For those of us joining virtually, we invite you to be fully engaged, share the live stream, and join the conversation using the hashtag the platform June 12. That's one word, the platform June 12. We encourage everyone as well to submit questions with the QR code that will be displayed on the screens. And please feel free to send in your questions at any time throughout the presentation. We thank you all for your anticipated participation and engagement. Let us listen today with open minds. Let us ask bold questions and commit ourselves to a stronger, safer, and more democratic Nigeria. And now it is with my great honor to introduce the convener of the Platform Nigeria, the Platform Africa, and the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation. Please join me and put your hands together with a round of applause for Pastor Poju Oyemade.
You may all be seated, thank you. Just very briefly, first of all, I wanted to say that Chidima, you've already given opening speech for all right, but I just want to say something. It's a video I want to play. But let me just give introductory remarks to this. And today is June 12, which is a historic date now in the Nigerian calendar. And that's because of the election that was considered, even till now, to be the freest and fairest election in the history of this country, that was annulled, and the struggle for democratic freedom started then with a slogan, "On June 12, we stand." But we're here today to celebrate democracy. And what is really democracy? It goes beyond the right to vote in an election. It deals with 5 pillars: the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, the freedom of the press, freedom for peaceful assembly, and freedom or right to petition the government. This freedom is essential, or these 5 forms of freedom are essential to a democracy and in turn, good governance. And the reason is that it empowers the public to participate in open political debates, gives citizens the tools to challenge policies, and to advocate for marginalized groups within their entity. And this in turn reminds those in power that their role is to serve the people. And we can do this in this country today because some people struggled and fought for these freedoms. We can peacefully gather here today to discuss policies, to debate on issues, and to offer our opinions because some people fought for this. And it's always good to remind ourselves what June 12 therefore stands for. That is, today, in the comfort of your home, you can tweet, criticize any government policy or any individual in government or in power, knowing that you will still sleep in your bed tonight because some people fought for this. I know there's a narrative that is flying around that previous generations didn't fight for this country. I beg to disagree. History must be put in its right perspective, or else mistakes that were made in the past by those who fought will be repeated again today. You can criticize that maybe those who fought and left the spaces for others to come in and fill. That will serve as a good lesson for those who are fighting today. But to say that in the past, everyone was silent will not be true. I remember during the June 12 struggle, one of the fighters, then a very successful businessman who could have lived in affluence, minding his own business, but through his engagement, was shot right inside his home. When his associates went to visit his family, one of them said, I won't mention his name, this bullet wasn't meant to silence him, but this bullet was meant to silence us who are still alive today. So as we celebrate June 12 and democracy, we should remember that people struggled, and as we'll see in this video we're about to play, that democracy is not a gift that was handed unto us, but something that people struggled for. God bless you.
Guarantees our right to speak freely without fear, to criticize the president from our phones, hold government and politicians accountable on the timelines, argue politics in public spaces, organize protest, and trend hashtags. Why do we think this is normal? After you made the post on Twitter criticizing the government, Why do you think it's normal for you to enjoy a good night's sleep in the comfort of your room? To continue your life as if criticizing the government is normal? To have an opinion about who should lead the country? And to express such opinion publicly, insisting that you will vote a government out if they misbehave? Under the boots of successive military government, your opinion was not protected speech. It was a crime. The journey that led to democracy in Nigeria was rough. Before democracy became a public conversation, it was a private fear.
All processions, political meetings.
There was a time when speaking freely about government and governance could destroy a life. What has become normal today was paid for by a lot of people. Some of them are popular activists whose names are tied to the struggle for democracy. Others are faceless, everyday people like you, who did not even choose a part in the struggle, but got dragged into it by circumstance. Wives, children, drivers, journalists, friends, domestic staff, students, neighbors, everyday people. So here you are, not knowing where Kirikiri is or what the inside of a prison looks like. But in the days of the crackdown, it didn't matter whether you were innocent or law-abiding. Someone you know just needed to be remotely tied to the struggle, and a knock on the door at midnight could empty a home of peace forever. A woman wakes up one morning and her husband is gone. No explanation, only whispers. A child who waited at the school gate for her parent to come pick her, but they never came. Homes where every strange car parked outside became a threat. And then came the sacrifices nobody counts. Women who suddenly became providers because the men in their lives had disappeared into detention cells. Children pulled out of school because livelihoods had collapsed. Families who sold belongings to survive. Young men moving through the city in disguise because showing their faces openly had become dangerous. These sacrifices were paid in silence. They were slow grinding, leaving no visible wound. The kinds that do not make the front page. Interrupted lives of ordinary citizens. We had shifted to any. We now take for granted.
The story of Nigeria is everyone's story. So please, let's use today to share conversations and insights about the Nigerian story that we want to see. Please use the hashtag, the platform June 12. And now, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce a globally respected lawyer, security consultant, and strategist. Dr. Charles Omole advises businesses and governments across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, having worked in over 40 countries to help nations reform the security services. As a constitutional law scholar, he combines a rigorous academic and research pedigree with practical industry experience in a compelling proposition. Dr. Omole is a global expert in law enforcement jurisprudence and organizational transformation, with a particular focus on good governance in national security operations, security sector reforms, excellence in policing, and leadership development. Alongside international scholarship, Dr. Omole also serves as a judge in the London circuit of the British judiciary, presiding in both the Crown and the family courts. Importantly, Dr. Charles Omole has spoken at the Platform Nigeria, delivering powerful insights at the 2018 edition on unlocking our country's potential, as well as in 2022. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Charles Omole.
Thank you very much. I'm a bit of old school. I brought the laptop, but I also printed it. Just in case, pleasure to be here again this morning. This morning, I would like to start by giving a couple of 2 or 3 illustrations. Those illustrations will anchor the rest of what I'm going to say this morning. The first illustration is there's a driver that wanted to go to Lagos. The assignment is to come to Lagos and is currently based in Abuja. So he decided to drive towards Kaduna. When he got to Kaduna, he said, no. The owner said, no, the driver is tired. Let's change the driver. So they brought another driver. They got to Kano. When they got to Kano, they said, we need the best driver in the world to come and drive the car. So they brought a very good driver. They got to Sokoto. Are they going to get to Lagos? You see, they keep changing driver, but they are still heading in the wrong direction. That illustrates our security challenge in Nigeria. We are changing the drivers, we are changing the personnel, but we are heading in the wrong direction. That's why I feel we need to rethink our concept of security as a nation, and I have some ideas about how to do that this morning. I'm not going to spend time telling you about problems. I'd rather speak to the solutions. And in addressing the solutions, you will identify the problems I'm dealing with. The second illustration, if somebody is diagnosed with stage 1 cancer, usually the best practice is you give them tried and tested medication that's been approved by the regulators in whichever country. But if that patient becomes terminal, say stage 4, and has been given, say, 3 months to live, one thing you will notice is at that stage, experimental treatment are allowed. Because it's like, look, what has he got to lose? So even treatment that have not yet been fully certified were allowed. Just like, for example, during the COVID treatment we were all given everything was fast-tracked. So Nigerian security situation is now become existential. So we are in that terminal stage, which means in rethinking our solutions to security, we have to abandon what I call conventional solution. It's time for us to invent solutions that can work. We have nothing to lose again. The third and final illustration, before I go to my main points today, is the best pilots in the world have some strengths and they also have some weaknesses. By that, when you are sitting in that cockpit, 50,000 miles above the ground, it doesn't matter how good you are as a pilot. You are limited by being dependent on your instruments, by the control tower, and whatever numbers come in front of you. What do I mean by that? That pilot is like the president of any country, but since we are talking about Nigeria, it's like the president of Nigeria. Is limited by instrumentation of the facts presented to him. What if those numbers are wrong? What if those data are wrong? You are going to make the wrong decision. The Nigerian state inherited a security doctrine forged in war, coups, and counterinsurgency. The challenge before us is to evolve from protecting territory alone to start protecting people. Because insecurity often takes root long before the first shot is fired. Nigeria's security challenges demand a new mindset, not a repetition of old assumptions. For far too long, we have relied on familiar structures, familiar responses, and familiar explanations, even when the results have shown that they are no longer sufficient. I think Nigeria is the only country that I know so far, when it comes to security, that feels doing the same thing that has not worked will eventually work. If we are serious about solving insecurity in Nigeria, we must be willing to question the status quo. We cannot continue to do what has not worked and expect a different outcome. This is the purpose of this presentation. We must move from security as a force to security as governance. We need a new mindset entirely to rejig this. We have so far defined security in a very narrow fashion. To many ministries, acts all over the country, as if insecurity is the sole responsibility of the police and the armed forces. But what they do not understand is this: bad land policy can create conflict. Bad education policy can produce and recruit extremism. Bad urban planning can create ungoverned spaces. Bad economic policy can turn desperation into violence. Bad justice delivery can turn victims into vigilantes. So security is the duty of every department of government. But that has not been the case in our country. So what can we do? Number one, a few mindset reform that I think we need. Make security the job of the whole government. What do I mean by that? I remember in 2004, then I was still based in England. No, 2003. Arsenal, for those of you Arsenal supporters, were planning to build a new stadium at that time. So they applied to the Islington Council, the council then. I happened to be on the council management at that time. And the first thing I remembered we did was for them to do what we call security impact assessment of locating the stadium where it is now and of increasing the number in terms of its capacity. That security impact assessment showed a few things. I'm not going into details about it, but one thing it showed is that the train stations around the new stadium needed to be upgraded. Otherwise, it will not be able to handle the number of people that will be exiting the stadium. There will be stampede, people will die. So the first thing Arsenal was asked to do was upgrade all those train stations. One of them in particular, called the Holloway Road Station, had only one small escalator. Small elevator. It didn't even have escalator. Those only stairs. All these things was executed before even the stadium was built. Something tells me if that was in Nigeria, they will have finished building the stadium, there will be stampede, 50 people will die, and government will start giving condolence messages. A lot of our security challenges are foreseeable. And the easy way for government to make this the duty of all government is to make sure there is security impact assessment of every major government policy and projects. In other words, a new law is not needed. The president can wake up tomorrow and give an executive order that no new project will be accepted or signed off by the Federal Executive Council without him seeing the security impact of that particular policy. That will make a lot of things that we react to be more proactive in dealing with them. Very good example. I gave an interview last year in which I said there are 5 major security impacts I have seen in the new tax regime that the government introduced this year. I gave only one of them. I didn't give you the other 4. I have not seen any sign that government have done any impact assessment, security impact assessment of those tax policies. And mark my word, I'm saying it now, by January next year, you will begin to see those security impact. Because right now, because the enforcement of the new tax regime has been light touch, Nigerians are not reacting yet. Wait till January. That's when you begin to see. And since I've given one, I might as well give you free of charge here as well. I said one consequence of the new tax policy is that a lot more people will be holding cash at home, not in their bank accounts. And if a lot more people holding cash at home, what does that mean? More robberies. So what have we put in place to preempt that impact? Are you getting what I'm saying now? Every policy of government, every major project of government have security impact. Take the new coastal road. Whether you are for it or against it is irrelevant. But it does have significant security impact. When you are in downtown Lagos, you are being robbed. Is it when you're on a road that you are alone for 4 hours that you won't be robbed? How have security been embedded in the construction of that road? Because these are the things that you do from scratch. I can go on and begin to give examples of things that are foreseeable that we neglect as a nation, and then we just begin to react when those foreseeable consequences begin to manifest. So the first thing is, security has to be seen as the job of every department of government, not just of security services. Number 2, create a national security delivery dashboard or security data grid. What do I mean by that? Many of the data that we need to use for security purposes in Nigeria are too fragmented. As many of you know, there are several government and private entities that collect your biometrics. From telephone, to passport, to driver's license, to bank account, I mean, name it. And these data don't talk to each other. So what does that mean? It means we do not have a bird's eye view of what's going on. Let me give you a typical example. One of the consequences of 9/11 in the United States was the creation of the Department of Homeland Security. One of the reasoning behind it was the fact that all those terrorists existed in one security database or the other in the US, but they were not talking to each other. So what the Department of Homeland Security did was came as an umbrella on top of all the security outfits in the US. A typical example. Your name is Muhammad or Musa. You go to New York to buy 20 kilograms of fertilizer. As far as New York law enforcement is concerned, 20 kilograms, a farmer can need that for his farm. But you now went to 10 other states and bought 20 kilograms in each state. All each of the state law enforcement know is that you bought 20 kilograms and it's not an alarm. But within 48 hours, Homeland Security will see that, why is this same Musa buying 20 kilograms across 10 states? That is flagged as a security incident. That's what it means to have a national data grid. You are joining the dots. In Nigeria, you can leave prison in Sokoto tomorrow, and day after tomorrow join the Nigeria police force. They ain't gonna know. Because you are supposed to self-certify that you are not a prisoner. or you are not an ex-convict. At a particular time, I won't tell you which time, I spoke with the police commissioner in charge of here in Lagos in terms of our fingerprint database. By rule, he said that every prisoner that goes into the prison in the country, their fingerprints are supposed to be taken and sent to him to store. I said, so what's the problem? He said he has not received anything in 6 months. Does that mean there were no prisoners in 6 months in Nigeria? So that just tells you how to begin to join the dots. Number 3, establish state police. Now, this is an interesting one about the state police. I must confess, for those of you who have listened to me in the last 20 years, you find that eventually I became a convert to state police. I had my serious reluctance about it. Part of it was, in 1952, the Action Group won the election in the Western region. The Minister for Local Government Affairs at that time was one Honorable Obafemi Awolowo. So he embarked on a tour of different local governments. And one of the things he saw as he was going from local government to local government was what we call the local government police at that time. It was disaster, absolute disaster. You know, the standards were low. Police were used to harass people locally, local politicians. It was even worse in the north, because in the north we had what we call the local native police. In fact, in 1960, the head of the northern local native police was one Malam Adobayero, who a few years later became the emir. He showed you the control the local politicians and local chiefs had on the local police. So all that fear clearly will make a lot of people to think we shouldn't go the route of state police. But over the years, through working with them, I've come to the conclusion that the Nigerian police force, as currently, but no, don't let me say currently, because that might think I'm talking to the current IG. No, it's my friend. So I'm talking of Nigerian police force as a whole. Their management team since 1999 have always been against state police. And I've concluded they are incapable of devolving policing. And therefore, the current administration need to be commended for their effort towards state police. I've seen the proposed bills passed yesterday by the House of Representatives. I have some issues with it, but like I was telling somebody last night, let's just do it. We will perfect it as we go along. We should not allow the best to be the enemy of the good. So, state policing, I could spend a whole session just on that. Number 4, create security economic zones in conflict areas. Create security economic zone in conflict areas. You see, the idea of creating economic zone is not new. We have free trade zones in certain parts of the country, for example. The whole idea, see, what perpetuates insecurity is that it comes to a locality, decimates the economic life of that area, and then the military or police come, dislodge the bad guys, they move on, but the economy remains completely abandoned. And that acts as a recruitment sergeant for more of the insecurity. So we need to make areas affected by conflict to be more economically viable. We need to give people their options away from insecurity. And one of the ways to do that is to create security economic zone that will have things like, tax-free, industrial clusters, agro-processing hubs, enhanced security presence in those places, the fast-track courts if needed. They create incentive. Even government can, in those places, say for the first 2 years of a new business, we will pay half the salary of the staff. Just create incentive for economic viability in those areas. Because if the bad guys come, decimate an area, and then they move on, and then you leave that place completely abandoned. You are merely postponing coming back there to do more military activities. So creating security economic zones will help create viability for economic activities in areas affected by conflict. Number 5, replace reactive policing with proactive and predictive security. What do I mean by that? Those who are familiar with insecurity in Nigeria know very well that we are very good at reacting to things after the fact. And we do that every time. I remember when I was being interviewed after the Kaduna kidnapping a few months back, I told the journalist, I said there will be more kidnapping. I said it will also be more frequent as the election draws near. You don't need to be a prophet to know that will happen. But like everything else in Nigeria, we wait for it to happen. Now we are reacting to it. That's because our entire security posture is reactive, not proactive. I remember in 2021, then the House of Representatives put together a security summit, which by that time I was security advisor to the then House of Reps and the Speaker. I wrote a 150-page report with over 100 recommendations. Those recommendations were presented to President Buhari himself. I remember during that presentation, all the service chiefs were there. Guess what? 95% of those recommendations have not been implemented, even till today. So the question that bothers me sometimes, and that's a different pathological assessment that I don't want to be distracted with, and that is, why is it that when people get to government, they become omniscient? Suddenly they know everything. You can give them the best ideas in the world, their ears are blocked. Why? Part of the reason, I think, is because in Nigeria, the concept of constructive criticism is not recognized. Constructive criticism is seen as disloyalty. As a result, the leader therefore attracts only people who are yes men. People who will affirm the foolishness or whatever it is he's doing. Because the person who is saying yes sir knows that that's a wrong decision, but knows that if he recommends something different, it will be considered disloyal. Our leaders need to begin to be able to encourage dissenting voices. People who can give constructive criticism and give solutions. But the idea right now of just surrounding yourself with echo chambers is not helping the nation at all. Because for a nation as talented as Nigeria, the president can put a technical team together. He said, I'm giving you 30 days, find solution to our insecurity. They will bring practical solutions out there. Why are we not using resources we have? You see, I talk to politicians all the time. And if you are a scientist, you would think maybe many of them have gone through cloning. Because all you hear is the same thing everywhere. I remember speaking to one recently. I said, but, oh boy, that was not what you said last year before your appointment. To say, hey, Doc, we are in government now. So suddenly it's as though their brain takes a leave of absence. Why? Because he came in and is eager to conform with the prevailing voices. Constructive criticism need to be encouraged. So replace reactive policing with proactive policing. A few things we need to do to encourage that. Number one, intelligence reform. Right now, there is no law in Nigeria that compels one security agency to share intelligence with another. They do so by best practice, but they don't have to. I've been in meetings where DSS have said, we are not sharing that with the police. We don't trust them. So, the president can bring out an executive order tomorrow to make it a sackable offense for you to fail to share intelligence. There are things we can do. And by the way, the reason why many of them do that is they want to take the glory. Things will work in this country if you don't care who takes the credit. But in Nigeria, everybody wants to. So we need to reform our intelligence sharing. Number two, we need a national early warning system. We don't have that at the moment. You see, a road on average could be seeing 2 motorbikes every day for 6 months. Suddenly, 70 motorbikes will be on that road one day, and we'll go on it for 3 hours, and we are not aware. That shouldn't be the case. There are technical and human solutions to creating an early warning system. And then thirdly, we need a rapid response team across all the geopolitical zones. What do I mean by that? I remember, for those of you who remember the Kuje prison breakout, part of the challenge of response at that time, which is exemplified by what's happening today, is that the police have to call different areas to mop up numbers to be able to respond. And by the time they put those numbers together, the bad guys were what? They were gone. We need to have a team where their job is, if they are not in operation, they are training. If they are not in operation, they are training. They are not doing normal policing work. Their job is to respond. Before the 3 hours, if you take them to ride back into the bush, they will have been intercepted. We need a national rapid response team, which we don't have at the moment. Number 6, follow the money of insecurity and go after the beneficiaries. Has it never occurred to you that we paid billions in ransom to kidnappers, and yet these guys still live in the bush? What does that tell you? They are not the real beneficiaries. The Inspector General of Police, Al-Khali, when he was Inspector General of Police, stated that based on police records, there are 86 armed non-state groups in Nigeria. So that's 86 groups that are guns for hire. A deep dive into that will tell you that more than half of them are being managed by retired and serving people from our security services. I promise I won't break any table this morning. So I'm not going to say more than that. But there are solutions to these things if the government asks. We need to deal with the beneficiaries of insecurity. Number 7, secure our democracy itself. A stolen electoral process gives birth to the ingredients of insecurity. And our politicians need to be aware of that. Because of my time, I'm speeding up. Number 8, reestablish the primacy and authority of the police as a primary institution for internal security, and also reform the police. What do I mean by that? There are nations on earth that do not have armed forces, but there's no nation on earth that does not have police. Nations like Costa Rica, Iceland, Panama, Mauritius, they don't have military. And they are peaceful. But there's no nation without police. Therefore, our police should become more of our priority. I was reading some of the constitutional amendments by the National Assembly. One of them is about military funding should not be made first line charge. And I'm asking myself, why the military? What happened to the police? the impact of our long military interregnum on our psyche as a people need to be studied. The way we govern, the way we do everything in Nigeria is based on military mindset. Everything is deadline based. Things that other nations will do, and you will even notice they've done it. We do it in a such, everything is dictatorial. It's almost like everybody wants just to make your life difficult. Why? We need to increase our internal security by reforming it. What do I mean by that? Two main things that are usually the cause of problem in a country. The people that come in and the things or goods that come in. The people that come in, that's immigration. Things or goods that come in is what? Customs. In every nation on earth, customs is a major component of its internal security. But guess what? In Nigeria, our customs is under Ministry of Finance. All their targets, read any news that comes from customs, it's always, we raised so billion. We raised so trillion. I'm not dismissing that, but that's only part of the job of customs. What happened to the security component? That will never happen unless the customs is divided. The excise function can remain in finance, but the security component needs to be moved elsewhere. We need our customs to begin to do the security job, which others do all over the world, not just collecting money and taxes. Part of the reform we need, after state police becomes operational, we need to change the way our Inspector General of Police are appointed. Time will not permit me to go through different ways, different countries, appoint their Inspector General of Police. We need to widen the pool. The highest professional policing rank in the world is commissioner. Anything above commissioner rank is political. Therefore, Inspector General of Police does not have to come from the rank and file of the police. We need to widen that, but because of time. Next, introduce independent state security performance ranking. And now, this is my main point before I close. This will produce an annual ranking of all states. Security accountability will suddenly become politically measurable. You hear things like governors saying, when I was governor, we were number, say, 25 in WAEC. By the time I left as governor, we became top 10. As an indicator that he has improved what? Education. But security is never discussed at the state level like that. So governors are not held accountable. So I'm happy to announce today that I'm putting together a team, and we've started work already, of national security experts to commence the production of the first ever independent state security ranking and rating in Nigeria. You will then be able to ask a governor, you are number 20 when you became governor. 4 years later, you are now number 30. You have to explain why you failed in security. Because too long, our state governors have been getting away with murder, literally. When you challenge them about insecurity, they point to the presidency. But a lot of the things that make up insecurity is controlled by the states. So more news will be announced about that. And we are hoping if we can do it before the next election, but the next election is January. That's a bit tight. But don't worry, as you come in as governor after next election, you will know your ranking as you are starting. So that we'll be able to now check a year, 2 years, 3 years later where you are in terms of security. As I close, the most effective governments are often not those with leaders who believe they know everything. They are governments that institutionalize humility. A government does not have to know everything. It only needs to be wise enough to listen widely, test ideas rigorously, change course when evidence suggests it should do so. One of the enduring lessons of history is that nations rarely fail because they lack intelligent people. They often fail because those in authority stops listening to those intelligent people. I pray that our leaders learn from this presentation and understand that the solution to Nigeria's insecurity lies in Nigeria, and our kinetic approach to security needs to stop. We cannot bomb our way into peace. I mean, what do you do when you have a place that has been decimated by Boko Haram, for example? Young people that they have no jobs, they have no prospect. And then the Boko Haram comes back and says, we'll give you 100,000 a month to be part of us. Of course, they joined again. So what we need to do is to stop this round robin of our security services dealing with insecurity, and then government socio-economic policies unwittingly creating more pipeline of insecurity. So we are going around in circles. So that circle needs to stop. And I pray that for us to do it, remember that illustration I gave about a terminal patient. We are in that existential crisis at the moment. And our government needs to understand this is the time to embrace bold move, do the unthinkable, throw away the rule book, and let's secure this nation. Thank you. Thank you.
Please, let's... Let's keep clapping, please. That was a powerful submission. Thank you, sir. As we prepare to welcome our next speaker, kindly continue to share your thoughts. A lot has been shared today with your key highlights. The platform June 12th is the hashtag. Please remember to use it as you share it online. Thank you. And now, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce a towering figure in Nigeria's human rights and pro-democracy movement. Ayo Obe is a Nigerian lawyer and human rights activist, renowned for her leadership in pro-democracy efforts. She was the president of the Civil Liberties Organization, CLO, Nigeria's oldest indigenous human rights NGO, and advocated for the actualization of Chief MKO Abiola's 1993 presidential election victory. She was listed as one of the heroes of June 12. Her tenure at CLO encompassed the final years of military rule under General Sani Abacha and the transition to civilian governance. During this period, the CLO, under her leadership, campaigned against repressive military decrees, including curtailing freedom of expression and assembly, and documented widespread human rights violations, such as arbitrary detentions, extrajudicial executions, associated with the regime's crackdown on pro-democracy activists. In recognition of her immense contribution to human rights and democracy, in June 2025, President Bola Tinubu conferred on Ayo Obe the National Honor of Officer of the Order of the Niger, OON. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a most resounding welcome to Ayo Obe, OON.
Mrs. Agbamuche. She's a a commissioner of the independent,
yes,
of
my
INEC.
sister, yes.
And people keep on saying that she's me. Please, we're not the same person.
No, we're not. Thank you.
So that's why I say that she should come, so that, because people have been saying, and it's true that to that particular Mrs. Agbamuche, we are not seen in the, we're not seen in the same place. So people saying, you never see them in the same place. That, are you sure it's not the same person? And since I have certain political views or have certain views, there's a tendency to feel, you see, the INEC is biased. They have their political position. I have to tell you that I'm short-sighted in one eye, so I get cross-eyed if I have something right in front of me, especially when I'm trying to look at my paper. But distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when I was invited to take to the platform on June 12th, I took care to ask the organizers what the program was going to be and who would the other speakers be, and if, would there be other speakers. But having now seen that you have 2 former state governors, a security expert, a former army general, I have to confess that I'm a bit hesitant to spend a lot of time talking about the past and what happened in relation to June 12th or the struggle for democracy in Nigeria. Because while our state governors are fond of designating themselves as executive governor, the media, especially at times like this, prefer the expression chief security officer of the state to describe them. So even though we are here to discuss or to mark Democracy Day, the focus of our discussion is not just democracy, but it's also about governance and national security. And I think that the paper that you heard from Dr. Omole underlined for many people that things don't just happen in a vacuum, that if you plan for X, but you are in the direction of A, then you're going to run into trouble. So if we look at the condition of democracy in the world today, it's actually difficult to argue that it is, especially in our own region, that it's really been out of intensive care. But actually, even the countries that have been practicing democracy for as many as 150 years, not a very long period in the history of humankind, but even those countries are now giving democracy a bad name. And here in Nigeria, against the background of genuine resentment of the treatment by France of its former colonies in the Sahel, as well as a very skillful propaganda campaign by which is being run out of mostly Burkina Faso and the military dictator there, and the deepening discontent that we have, which is actually, not to say real anger, of Nigerians at the economic hardship that has been produced by the Tinubu administration's economic reforms, especially floating the naira and ending fuel subsidy. That anger and discontent has been given added fuel by the sense that insecurity is rising. And with that comes the demand to know, how is democracy helping us? How is it solving our problems? Now, of course, when we make that demand, the inconvenient facts about insecurity in the Sahelian military dictatorships are glossed over, and the completely different relationship that Nigeria has with its former colonizer, let alone France, those are ignored, while some declare that they are fed up with this democracy. And they believe that by some means, which I have to say are not really apparent to me, that if we remove even the pretense of choice about who governs us in favor of allowing a self-appointed group to pick who will rule us without any reference to us at all, we just hope that the military dictator who emerges will be the one that we like, that is the method that will lead us into the sunlit uplands of security and prosperity. One might even say, in the words of our national anthem, peace and plenty. that Nigeria is going to be blessed with. Now, I think that would hardly be true even if democracy was only a once every 4 years event when citizens get to choose who will govern them. But of course, democracy is a lot more than that. The fact that citizens will get that choice must necessarily dictate the way that those who win the contest should behave in the intervening period. That is, provided that we, the citizens, don't sleep on our rights, or allow ourselves to accept the idea that those rights can be trampled upon because what's important is that the team that we support should win, continue to win, or even more important, that those whom we have not chosen should definitely not win and should never smell victory. Now, it's true, I said the sense that insecurity is rising. I said that not because the insecurity that we're now all talking about is in our imaginations, but because we, or some of us in this country, in Nigeria, have been living with that insecurity for well over a decade. That's why we still have camps for internally displaced people. And some of our citizens are still living in refugee camps in other countries, including those Sahelian dictatorships. Indeed, when 276 Chibok girls were kidnapped on the night of the 14th to 15th of April 2014, it was because that abduction had followed on a series of atrocities against schools in the northern part of the country principally, without any apparent action beyond sympathy and concern from the federal government of Nigeria, that the people of Nigeria rose up and said, Haba, is that what you're going to do? No. And when 2 weeks actually passed with no action except a deeply distasteful display of passing the buck, you, the governor, it's your fault. You, principal, you did not do this. Why should you hold exams? Why should children have in education when the security situation is what you all know about? When all that was seen, that was when the Bring Back Our Girls movement was born. Now, a decision recently was taken to hand the campaign for the return of the Chibok girls over to not only those who had escaped during the course of the kidnapping and had been rescued by the Buhari administration after, but we decided to hand it over to them. But the campaign used to meet firstly, we used to meet weekly in Lagos. Firstly, we used to meet at the Outer Marina, and then we used to meet at the Falomore roundabout, which is why if you go there, you'll see the murals by Polly Alakija, which have the pictures of the Chibok girls and also the pictures of the Sambisa forest where they were alleged to have been taken. When one of our participants who used to come from mainland called me last week to say, look, what are we going to do that this thing is getting worse? Well, as I said, we'd handed over the campaign, but I felt compelled to just go up to Falomore, as I used to do, to walk up to Falomore, to stand in the gap for our missing children. I mean, Dr. Mole spoke about the Emirates Stadium, but when I was a schoolgirl at Highbury Hill High School, and the old stadium was just down the road from where, it's at the bottom of the hill from where the school that I attended was. And we used to have, on a regular basis, we used to have what we called fire drills. In other words, everybody in the school knew what they would have to do in the event that there was a fire. And we also had a place where we were supposed to gather so that we could count and see if anybody missing. And it got to the stage where in Nigeria, we said that we're going to be just like those children in America. Because in the United States, children have a drill for what to do if a lunatic comes in and decides that their job for the day is to shoot a lot of school children. They have their protocols, they have their system about what they will do. I used to ask, well, have we got anything like that in Nigeria? Because when we talk about safe schools and safe schools initiative, we have to understand that no matter how pervasive the police are going to be, the people on the spot are the children and their teachers, and they have to know what to do. Well, I'm not going to do security because, as I said, we've got enough security agencies here. And quite frankly, one of the other things that I did after I ceased being the president of the Civil Liberties Organization was to chair a panel on civil reform that the civil society had set up, because there had been one of these atrocities. It's not the Akpo 6, but another atrocity in which the police had been found wanting. And President Goodluck Jonathan at the time said he's going to set up a panel to reform the police so that this sort of thing will never happen again, etc., blah, blah, jabber, jabber. And so civil society said, you know what? Whenever they set up these panels, we prepare a memorandum and we go and we submit it to the panel that the government has set up. They receive our memorandum, and just as Dr. Omole said, they receive it, glance at it, and then they shelf it. So we said, okay, we'll give them something a bit more substantial to shelf. We're going to set up our own panel, and we're going to hold our own hearings. We're going to take evidence from people, and we're going to present a report. And we did. And of the recommendations, well, one of our recommendations was actually for state police. We also recommended that the Inspector General of Police should be an open process. But of course, whenever it comes to choosing the political power that goes with control over the police is just too sweet for political leaders to let go. So let's see what happens. Now, as I said, with abductions that's affecting us here, right here in Yoruba land, it's tempting for some of us to argue that it's in fact democracy that's the problem, that the politicians are busy running after elections, that they're not concerned with our security. But I need to make my position on this very clear. There is absolutely no conflict between national security and democracy. In fact, in my view, if our security is to be sustained, then we have to have democratic legitimacy. However, that democracy itself can only survive if the response to mass criminal violence is grounded in the rule of law. You know, I say prayers every morning, and amongst the things that I pray for are our security agencies. I pray for them protection, blessing, but I also pray that they should follow human rights and humanitarian law in carrying out their operations. Now, there may be others who think that if they call themselves moral or democratic, or even most moral, or even only democracy, then their barbarity and savagery may be excused. But what we have seen is that even genocide is not enough to suppress. And in any case, it's not an option for us here in Nigeria. We can't do scorched earth with our own country, with our own fellow citizens. So let me repeat, for those who think that we're in this situation because we've been treating the perpetrators of the joint evils of terrorism, insurgency, banditry, and kidnapping, with the side helping of violent communal strife with kid gloves, human rights and security are not enemies. On the contrary, they are partners. They're necessary partners, because a government that respects human rights is a government that earns cooperation. And on the contrary, a government that disregards them, it breeds resistance. As I said, even genocide is not going to erase that resistance. So the trust and support of the people in their security agencies, and therefore the effectiveness of those agencies, is bolstered when they act lawfully. A state is strongest not when it inspires fear, but when it commands trust, when it earns trust. So, democracy and security. Yes, of course, there are those who are going to be quick to point out that our current president, Bola Tinubu, was one of those who berated the Goodluck Jonathan administration for its failings on the issue of security, and in particular, for its failure to bring back our girls. The problem with that is that despite migrating from one political party to another, or back or sideways or forwards again, many of those who point this out are actually associated with the political party that failed Nigeria in the 2010s. In fact, today, some of the people who want to berate the current administration for its present-day failure were loud in their insistence that the whole abduction of the Chibok girls was a hoax, it was fake, that no Chibok girls had been abducted, that the whole thing was a ruse to bolster the All Progressives Congress and delegitimize the then ruling People's Democratic Party. Well, let me say that apart from the sheer ridiculousness and callousness of that discourse, the governor knows something about it, or the president is trying to undermine the governor, etc., etc. You've all heard it. Who does that help? Does it help the people who have been kidnapped? Let me agree, yes, the issue of security was, is, and will remain a political issue. And the solutions offered must necessarily come from those who want to govern us, and who must therefore present their plans for securing us when they're seeking our votes. But my response to the work of political opponents nonsense is in two parts. First, until we reach agreement and act accordingly on the principle that the crime or alleged crime must be investigated, the alleged perpetrators must be brought to book by law enforcement agencies, no matter the identity of the alleged victim. Is the victim Muslim, Christian, Fulani, Berom, Tiv? Are they an adherent of Party X or Party Y? And so on and so on and so forth ad infinitum. And no matter the identity of the alleged perpetrator, ditto. Do they come from here? Do they come from there? Are they an adherent of this person or that person? If we don't understand that we must investigate the crime and bring the perpetrator to book, regardless of identity, we will continue to be plagued by these evils. That's why the whole suspected Fulani herdsmen narrative is so unhelpful. It's ridiculous. Because the implication is that if the perpetrator belongs to this group rather than that, then law enforcement is allowed to fold its hands and declare helplessness. Or only if the alleged perpetrator doesn't belong to this group, perceived as being under political protection, then law enforcement can act. Or if the victim belongs to this group, ditto. I can't help remembering Deputy Inspector General of Police Haruna John. He died in a helicopter crash in 2012, but I remember he gave an interview in which he was saying that as often as his team arrested alleged kidnappers, perpetrators of crime, locked them up, before he could turn around, he would find that those people had been released. A top politician or an oga at the top had made a call that those people should be released because they were his boys. But I digress. You see, we're focusing on identity rather than the criminal act and its investigation has got us. Second, my second point is that, okay, what if the abductions are indeed aimed at undermining the president or his political party, or the governor and his? Is the administration therefore free to say, well, in that case, we don't have to rescue the victims? I don't think so. Of course not. So for those pushing that narrative, my response is the same as it was when it was alleged that the abduction of the Chibok girls was a plot by late Muhammadu Buhari to undermine the Jonathan administration so that he could win political power. And that is that, on the contrary, knowing the political stakes involved, it behoves the commander-in-chief of the armed forces And the man who, as at now, despite the recommendations of our civil society panel on police reform, the man who still has the power to direct the policy of the Nigeria police force, as well as numerous other security bodies, plethora of initials, SSS, DMI, NSS, NSA, NSDC, and so on and so forth. It behoves that man to ensure that this evil plague is brought to a swift end so that it cannot be used as a political weapon in the hands of his opponents. Because for the victims, it's really not relevant whether the kidnappings are the work of political enemies or whether they're the work of ordinary criminals who just want to get rich or to free their colleagues, as the current ones are alleged to be saying, or whatever it is that they want to do. In fact, one of the most thought-provoking quotes from President Tinubu that I remember is this: "I plan for betrayal. I plan for backstabbing. I also plan for reunion and forgiveness long before they happen. In life, I expect nothing. I expect anything. I expect everything." So my view is that we're entitled to expect President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to anticipate everything and to neutralize this threat. Thank you.
Let's keep the applause going. That was very educative, I must say. So now, going swiftly on, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce a distinguished leader and statesman, Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki. Dr. Saraki was born into a great political family led by his father, Dr. Olushola Saraki, Nigeria's Senate leader from 1979 to 1983. Following in his father's footsteps, Dr. Saraki trained and worked as a medical doctor in the United Kingdom before returning home to manage the family-owned commercial bank. With the return of democracy in 1999, Dr. Saraki heeded the call of President Olusegun Obasanjo to serve as a special assistant to the president on budget matters and initiated the Fiscal Responsibility Bill. Prior to this, he was an executive vice chairman in the banking sector. In 2003, he was elected governor of Kwara State and re-elected in 2007, serving for a period of 8 years until 2011. During his tenure as governor, Dr. Saraki positively transformed many aspects of Kwara State and delivered major reforms. In 2015, Dr. Saraki was elected President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where he led the adoption of a Senate legislative agenda focused on improving livelihood, governance, and business. Dr. Saraki holds the national honor of Commander of the Order of the Niger, CON. He is married to Ms. Toyin Ojora Saraki, and they have 4 children and 2 grandchildren. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us receive with a warm appreciation His Excellency, Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki, CON.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Good morning, everybody. Let me observe all protocols and convey my appreciation to the conveners of the platform the Covenant Nation, particularly its founder, Senior Pastor, Pastor Imadi, and your beautiful wife. My greetings to distinguished men and women gathered in this hall, and to the many more watching across the country and beyond. Good day to you all. Let me congratulate the organizers who have been keeping this going now for over 20 years. Anything you can keep going in Nigeria for over 20 years deserves a lot of recommendation and applause. When I got the invitation to speak, I was asking myself, why did it take the pastor 20 years to ask me to speak? And as I was driving here, I was still thinking about it. So when I arrived in the waiting room, I met my friend Shegun Adeni. We might have different things, but we have something we're very strong about. We're both Arsenal supporters. So he said to me, do you know that pastor is a Liverpool supporter? I said, that must be really the reason why I've never been invited. But then I was told that he's a man that associates with champions. So I said, oh, that is why this year I have been invited. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately for you, you're going to see more of me. Because we are going to win again. And you're going to keep on inviting me to come. But on the serious, let me thank you for the honor of being here. Let me contribute and join the conversation. I want to begin not with the argument, but with the date, June 12th. For a long time, this was a date that the Nigerian state preferred to forget. Deliberately left out our calendar of national memory. But yet the people will not let it die. Year after year, citizens kept faith with its meaning. The day in 1993 when Nigerians of every tongue, faith, and every region walked out to the polls and spoke with one astonishing voice. That mandate was annulled. Lives were lost defending it. A man went to prison for it and never came home. But the idea survived. And today we stand on Democracy Day, which exists only because ordinary Nigerians refuse to surrender their belief in the ballot. I open here deliberately because everything I'll say in this hall flows from a single truth. Democracy in Nigeria was never handed to us. It was fought for. And what is fought for must be cherished, protected, built upon. Otherwise, it will slip away. My subject today is the institution, the legislation institution, which I had the great honor to lead from 2015 to 2019, the National Assembly, and in particular, the Senate. I want to make a case that's often drowned out by the noise of our politics. That is the legislature, for all its imperfections, and there are many imperfections, and for all the ridicule it sometimes attracts, it is the load-bearing wall of our democracy. Remove it, weaken it, hollow it out, and the whole structure comes down. Even under military rule, you do have an executive arm of government, and you have a judiciary. It is only in a democratic dispensation do you have the legislative arm of government. That shows how important that aspect of the government is. I'm going to try and make a case under three headings. First, how does the legislature secure democratic stability? Second, how does it strengthen governance? And finally, how does it drive national development? As I speak this morning, I want us to look at this in line with first, what was the thinking of the framers of the Constitution? What did they expect the arm of government to look at? I don't want us to look at it as regards where we are, as opposed to where we should be, and then what happened and why we're not there, and what do we need to do in getting there. My emphasis today, I hope at the end of the morning of my talk, is for us to realize how important this arm of government is. And it must be our responsibility collectively. Don't just look at us through the glass of those who are there now, but through the glass of how should it work properly. And I'll start with the legislature as a guarantor of democratic stability. Let me start with the confession that how our democracy is often misunderstood. When Nigerians think of power, they just think of one office, the president. This is the reality. The presidency dominates our imaginations so completely that we sometimes speak as though government is the president, as though the National Assembly is just that nuisance of an institution to be managed, and the courts are an obstacle that must be circumvented. But the framers of our Constitution understood something profound. The greatest danger to a free people is not a weak government, but an unchecked government. Power that answers to no one, authority that cannot be questioned. So the framers did something deliberate, not by mistake. It was deliberate, even inconvenient, to split power into three, made of arms of government, dependent on one another, but supposedly meant to be independent. So they built friction into the system. It was on purpose. It was not a mistake. That friction is not dysfunction. It is that friction that guarantees your freedom. This is a fundamental that we must understand in trying to build and strengthen our democracy. Because I am sure majority of us in the room sometimes have problems trying to understand that. Why is the executive and the legislature at each other? By the constitutions, they are meant to be at each other, so that there can be checks and balances. The legislature, where that principle lives most fully, is the arm of government closest to the people and furthest from a single will. One president, 469 legislators, National Assembly. 109 senators, 360 representatives. Each sent not by appointment, not by patronage, but by direct vote of a constituency. So when you stand in that chamber, you do not represent yourself. You are meant to carry the hopes and the grievances of hundreds and thousands of Nigerians who will never set foot in Abuja and whose lives are decided there. Here is what democratic stability actually requires. That disagreement has somewhere to go. In societies with functional legislatures, conflicts has nowhere in societies without functioning legislatures, conflict has nowhere to go, except it is resolved on the streets, in the barracks, or at worst, to the barrel of a gun. But the parliament provides an arena where a divided country can argue without breaking. Whether you're from the north, you're from the south, you're Muslim, you're a Christian, you have differences in views, you can argue and debate rather than violence. So what I learned in those 4 years in the National Assembly is that a legislature that cannot say no is not a legislature at all. A legislature which simply receives executive proposals, approves them without scrutiny, and goes home has not fulfilled its constitutional mandate. It has merely performed a ceremonial function. It's an echo. A democracy made only of echoes is only one election away from becoming something else entirely. The independence of the National Assembly is not rebellion against the government of the day. I say that so loud, having been a victim where you stand for independence of National Assembly, is seen, it's a bad boy. Saraki is bad. It's against our government. And he says, I don't see it, I just speak about myself. We're talking about how those institutions can do what they are meant to do in providing the mandate. Because if the National Assembly is independent, it's a very great thing that makes the government legitimate. Because a mandate that is never tested is a mandate no one can trust. So how do you trust your government if it's not a government that's subjected to questions? The deepest service the legislature renders to stability is to absorb the shocks. When citizens are angry, they have their representatives to petition. When a community feels abandoned, a senator can raise the name on his floor. When a policy threatens or ignites a region, there is a chamber where it can be debated, amended, softened. The legislature is our pressure valve of the republic of our democracy. Block it, and the pressure does not disappear. Unfortunately, it finds far more dangerous way out. So, on this June 12th, the lesson is plain. We did not lose democracy in 1993 because the people failed. We lost it because the institutions that should have defended the people's verdict were too weak to do so. The remedy is not less politics. It is stronger institutions. At the center of those institutions stands the legislature. Political tension does not vanish when we suppress it. It accumulates. And when it can no longer be contained, it finds expressions in ways more destructive than any parliamentary debate. A society where grievances cannot find legitimate expressions in its institutions will eventually express themselves on the street. So the legislature is one institution built to let those grievances be heard and be resolved before they explode. Let us turn to the second pillar, which is governance. If democratic stability is about whether power is checked, governance is about how well power is used. Here too, the legislature work is constant, unglamorous, and dispensable. The Constitution gives the National Assembly three great instruments of governance. And most Nigerians have been told plainly, what does that parliament do on your behalf? The first instrument of power is the purse. The Constitution is ambiguous. No money can be withdrawn from the public funds except in the manner prescribed by the National Assembly. So every road, every hospital, every kobo spent in your name must pass through your representative. So when we examine the budget, we're not performing a ritual. We're not being a nuisance. Those are responsibility given by the Constitution. However, the executive often found it easy to set a wrong narrative in the public space about the process of passing the annual budget. I remember an example when I was Senate President. People used to say, National Assembly is padding the budget. How can a legitimate maker of a document be accused of forging it? The legislature is only doing what, by Constitution, has the powers to do. It is like accusing the organizers of platform of forging their own program today because the preferred speaker's law did not make the final schedule. I'm making it as basic as that because sometimes the concept that we have is one of the reasons why we have this failure in a better understanding of the legislative arm of government. A lot of time, the executive wants to feel comfortable in violating constitutional provision. There are many times that the executive will go ahead and incur expenditure without legislative approval. But nobody is up in arms. It's seen as, we just take it as something that's happened, but it's wrong. Even if it's for good purpose. I remember in 2018 when the Buhari government were buying the Tucanos from the US government. Good purpose, to fight insecurity. But money had been spent before approval. Today we see many agencies incur money outside the budget. It is wrong. And until we begin to address the issues of what are those responsibilities, that arm of government will not play the role. And I'll come back later to talk how important it is, why we need to get this arm of government right. The same applies to borrowing. The act of borrowing. When country borrows, it's not government money. It's the obligations of Nigerians alive today, their children. So the legislature must approve that borrowing. I remember again in the 8th Senate, we had a request from the administration for 29.96 billion, September 2016. And we rejected the plan because it was not accompanied with any breakdown. We said, okay, you want to borrow what is it being used for? How will it be repaid? What are you asking? Pass the thing, man, let us move on. You say, no. But the reality is, even then, we're a lone voice. People, some said, you pass here, you are being anti-government. No. We're just trying to do what is right. The other instrument is oversight. These are all the constitutional powers that the House, the Senate, has the right to overview different agencies of government, to call them, to ask them to explain. Well, sometimes you see, or you even read in news, where it's like National Assembly even pleading with head of agencies to come before it. Some come, some don't even come. Some tell you they are busy. And we accept it as a society. And when we compare ourselves across to other places where democracy has worked well, we see that those kind of practices are not allowed or entertained. A third instrument is the confirmation of executive appointees. The Constitution says very clearly, all senior appointees in the country, ministers, judges, head of critical agencies, do not take the effect of the president's word alone. The president must bring their name before the Senate. And the Senate has a prerogative to say yes or no. It is the right of the National Assembly, Senate. But again, you see cases where those rights are not accepted that the Senate has the power to confirm. I give a painful experience in our own 8th Senate, where we had the acting chairman of EFCC come before us. And having reviewed his qualifications, security report written, we said no. But he stayed in the office. The executive totally disregarded our rejection, and some of us had the personal cost of that, where we're haunted just because of that. So, but these are things that are embedded in the Constitution by the framers to ensure that there are checks and balances. But I go to this lens because any governance that's not properly understood, how do you respond to it? A parliament that does not listen is just an expensive building. And that is why also in the 8th Senate, and one of the most important things is that what do the legislative arm of government do to an ordinary citizen? Take, for example, we always refer to the US. Most of the work of a US congressman is not just about passing laws. It's about what they call constituency case studies. As simple as green cards, citizenship. You find out your member of Congress is one fighting for you. Pension. And that was why, if you look back, one of the things we did in our petition ethics committee, we had examples. For example, I remember a case of a corporal, Williams, who was dismissed in 1996 with any form of trial. But our Committee on Ethics reviewed this petition and held that such power conferred by the Police Decree 17 was inconsistent with democratic rule. His dismissal was reversed and he was reabsorbed into police. There are many cases of individuals who, over the years, if they don't have the money to get a lawyer, where do they go to? Where do they go for redress? Those are roles that the National Assembly, your legislature, should be playing for you. We had cases of where some petitions on people on pension. We had a widow who for years could not get the pension of the late husband. But again, the National Assembly provides that opportunity. Then we now talk about legislation and national development. People talk about, again, the executive being the one driving the economic policies or reform. But as you know, as businessmen, policies are not enough. Executive bills are not enough in providing stability. People look to laws, knowing that those laws provide stability. You can plan on the long term. Bills can change with government. So one of the things we did at that time was to sit down with the business sector. Some of you will be surprised that a lot of laws are outdated. Some of them were written way back in the 70s. And do they apply to modern business? They don't. And it is those laws as an investor that you need to address. So when you look even on the economic side, and a good example is the petroleum bill. The new petroleum bill for 25 years was not passed. It was in the 8th National Assembly. We sat down and took the lead. Eventually it was not signed, but that was politics. But eventually it was signed by the 9th Senate. But this is an example of where the legislative arm of government, even those of you who are businessmen, that is where the relationship comes from. But in our mindset, we sometimes believe it is the executive that can create that enabling environment for us. A good example also I remember is even in the area of supporting the economy. I remember we had traders from Aba who they did a program in Abuja where they did like an exhibition. And we came up with this policy of public procurement law, saying now I think we spend probably close to 30 billion on 30, is it 30 billion? On expenditure, capital expenditure. And most of these amounts can be focused on made in Nigeria provisions, trying to stimulate the economy by saying that, okay, government should look first to buying things that are produced locally in order of creating employment. A good example is the innocent motors, which we all see today. I remember that in 2015 when it started, we tried to encourage our government agencies, when you're buying pickup cars, why don't you as a first point? And we passed a law then saying that all government agencies on products that can be produced locally should first go to those points. I mean, I'm just showing as an example of how we can support the economy. Having said that, I think to be unworthy on this platform if I pretended that the legislature is at fault. Our parliament is too often seen as distant from the people it serves. Its proceedings are feel opaque. It appears that our members are more attentive to the executive, who controls resources, than the constituents who controls votes. I remember Dr. Charles, when he was talking about, was saying that why are people conforming? But the real reason is that you have to ask yourself, those that did not conform, where did they find themselves, their political history? It's not very few people that are strong enough to stand and fight against the strong arm of the executive. So that's why most of them conform. And that's why it comes back, I'll bring it back to the citizens who are here, that the legislature is only as strong as the citizens who hold it accountable. People who do not know what this parliament does cannot defend it when it's attacked, reward it when it's brave, or punish it when it betrays. The singlest greatest reform could make the National Assembly, will cost the government nothing. A citizenry that watches, asks, and votes on legislative records, and not just presidential personalities. For example, you see legislators who keep on winning elections, and for the 4 years, they have not even raised their hand up to speak, but they will win election anytime, anyhow. while those who are active, but because they cannot do what you want when they get back to constituencies, they don't win election. So the point I'm saying is that you as the people to have responsibilities in how do we elect the kind of legislators. And I believe in going forward, some of my recommendation, that the electorate has a role to play in making the legislature a bastion for development. Democracy cannot flourish where people do not understand how the constitution works. The electorate must consciously elect people who are capable, people who can perform. The legislators lack research. I remember in the 7th Senate when I was moving a motion on fuel subsidy regime and how there was corruption. And one of the reasons why I was able to show to NNPC, because in those days, what used to happen, people used to import petroleum products. And they'll bring in vessels, documents to say vessel MV, just for his name, MV platform. I don't mean your platform, but... and those vessels were nowhere in Nigeria. And they will stamp the documents, and government will pay them. But as somebody who had ability to reach out, I went as far as going to the Lloyd's Register, and I could see that the vessel that was supposed to be in Lagos Port was in somewhere in Colombia. So I told NNPC, come, see this vessel you guys paid so much. See where the vessel is. This is the capacity of what I mean by legislators need to also have the capacity. Sometimes when you watch the US Congress, you look at the kind of team they have, the kind of research they do. And until we get to that kind of level, but how do we get there? I believe two major issues. One, electoral reform. Dr. Charles talked about security. We talked about civil rights. Until we begin to elect, have a process that ensures that the people that we want are elected, to me, that foundation is continuing going to be weak. If there's one single thing we've got to take away from here, is that we must go back and ensure that we have a process that the right people are elected. But unfortunately for now, the electoral processes that we have do not guarantee that. And that is why you have legislators who don't care how they perform, because they believe that they can win that election with or without you. So that takes me back to where do we start June 12? We're here today as free citizens of the Democratic Republic because a generation before us decided that the voice expressed through a vote must be held. They did not have a strong institution, but they protected their mandate. So the question is, we ask ourselves, do we think it's possible for a repeat of what happened in June 12? For as long as our institutions are not strong enough, unfortunately, it might happen again. And what we need to do is not just to wait for every 4 years. We must engage on a regular basis in ensuring that we have the strong institutions. Our task for this new generation is to ensure that institutions are strong to outlast strong men, and by insisting that the legislature is independent, transparent, capable, and close to the people. To fellow public servants, let us retire the lie that strong legislatures and strong nations are enemies of the state. They are the same thing. There's never been a stable, prosperous, free country anywhere in the world built on a weak parliament. Not one. If you can name me one, there is not one. My position that, as I said, the difference between military and democratic rule is the legislative arm of government. To every Nigerian, democracy is not a single election or a single office. It's by living it on a daily basis, by tendering to it, and by ensuring that it survives. The legislature did not make this democracy alone. The people did in 1993 when they stood firm. Let us all, in conclusion, I say, a strong legislature promotes transparency. A transparent government inspires public trust. Public trust strengthens democratic legitimacy, and democratic legitimacy produces stability. The thing, ladies and gentlemen, it is along we go along those paths do I believe that we'll have a better and stronger democracy. I thank you for this opportunity being given to speak here this morning.
Let's continue clapping. Thank you very much, sir. So we have heard that we all have our own responsibilities as citizens of this country to understand the Constitution so we can keep our government officials accountable. So moving on now, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce a distinguished journalist, acclaimed author, and former presidential spokesman. Olusegun Adeniyi is a highly respected voice in Nigerian media and governance. He is a member of the Leadership Council of the African Initiative for Governance, AIG, which awards annual scholarships and fellowships to Nigerians and Ghanaians for master's programs at the Balvic School of Government, Oxford University. In April 2019, Adeniyi was inaugurated as a council member of the Belt and Road News Network, BRNN, in Beijing, China. He is a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Letters, FNAL, a recognition for his significant contributions to literature and thought leadership. Olusegun Adeniyi has delivered many lectures and speeches across countries and is the author of several influential books, including Power, Politics, and Death, a front-row account of Nigeria under the late President Yar'Adua, Against the Run of Play, How an Incumbent President Was Defeated in Nigeria, and From Frying Pan to Fire, How African Migrants Risk Everything in their futile search for a better life in Europe. Please join me with a resounding warm applause as we welcome Olusegun Adeniyi.
Pastor Kojo, I have a present for you. My computer has been misbehaving, so thank God I printed it. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I go to the substance of my presentation this morning, I want to briefly report how Pastor Kojo has tormented my life for many years, but most especially in the last 13 months. It all started on 26 May 2025. When he sent me the English Premier League tables for 2023, 2024, and 2025 seasons, where Arsenal came second on all occasions. Pastor Kojo then added this caption: "Official, Arsenal have completed a treble." A month later, on 20th June, he forwarded a poster with the inscription, "Premier League should resume fast." I saw some Arsenal fans laughing yesterday. With Liverpool spending a record £446 million in the 2025 summer transfer window, just after winning the Premiership, the harassment between June and September last year was indescribable. Of course, most of the messages dwelt on how Liverpool will stroll to the 2025-2026 Premiership title. For instance, on 21 September last year, Pastor Kojo forwarded to me the league table with a crypt message: "Liverpool now 5 points clear." But since God passed man, as they say on the street, Liverpool lost 2 matches in quick succession. Then Pastor Koju suddenly remembered his calling. Here goes his message on 4 October 2025. Micah chapter 7, verse 8. Rejoice not against me, O my enemy. When I fall, I shall rise. When I sit in darkness, the Lord shall be a light unto me. After that Bible passage, Pastor Koju then added a line. I felt I should drop this here. To be fair, this was by no means a one-way harassment. On 27 November last year, with Liverpool losing one match after another, I forwarded the cartoon of a man inside a pharmacy with the attendant saying, I am sorry, sir, but to get antidepressant pills, you need a proper prescription. Simply showing your Liverpool season ticket is not enough. But Pastor Koju got his revenge on 26 January this year, after Manchester United secured their lucky break at the Emirates. He forwarded a message that had this dialogue. Someone asked me, why do football players earn more than doctors? I replied, can a doctor save 8 billion people in 3 seconds? He said, no. I said, well, Konrad did it in the EPL against Arsenal. He saved the world from noise pollution, and now everywhere is quiet. From the moment Arsenal lost the Carabao final on 23 March, to the serial defeats in April that saw Manchester City momentarily sitting atop the league table, Pastor Koju was brutal in his messages. But then on 11th May, after the nail-biting win over West Ham, that put Arsenal on the verge of winning the Premiership, I also forwarded to him this message. Before the 83rd minute, I was hit by anxiety. After the goal, I cried. After the equalizer, I had a heart attack. After the win, I was celebrating inside the ambulance. Right now, I am driving the ambulance driver to the hospital. Because he had a heart attack too. He is a Manchester City supporter. I could have said that imaginary driver is a Liverpool supporter, but then I'm a generous man. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've shared all this not only to entertain, but also because that exchange with Pastor Koju captures something I find genuinely instructive. Here is a very busy man who shepherds a big flock and has spent the last 2 decades building Platform Nigeria into one of the most consequential intellectual and civic spaces on this continent. Yet he found time, week after week, to torment a national supporter with league tables, Bible verses, posters, and cartoons. That says something about Pastor Koju. Whether he's curating conversation about Nigeria's future or sending me a meme about football at midnight. Meme, I don't even know how to pronounce that thing. How do they pronounce it, I beg? Meme, okay. Thank you for teaching me something today. Or whether he's sending me a meme about football at midnight, the man is fully present. But there is even a bigger issue here. Pastor Koju and I do not support the same football club. We probably never will, unless he wants to be a Ghana. But across one Premiership League season of rivalry, not once did either of us walk away from the conversation. We sharpened each other, made each other laugh, and kept faith with the idea that the other person, however misguided about their football team, was worth engaging. That is the disposition that nation building demands, and precisely what this platform has modeled for us year after year. Platform Nigeria was built on a simple but radical premise that Nigerians of different persuasions, generations, and convictions could sit in the same room, disagree sharply, and still live richer for the encounter. The lesson from football is that rivalry when it is honest and accompanied by mutual respect, deepens relationships. Liverpool and Arsenal supporters may never see eye to eye, but they share a language, passion, and common investment in something larger than themselves. That is the wager of Platform Nigeria, that our differences, far from being liabilities, are the very raw material from which a serious nation can be forged, if only we have the courage and the courtesy to keep talking. What Pastor Kojo has created here is not a venue of consensus. It is a venue for encounter, and Nigeria owes him a debt of gratitude for it. For the record, this is my 9th time speaking on Platform Nigeria. And I cannot but thank Mrs. Toyin Oyemade, who I understand influences my being invited again and again because she enjoys my cow stories. Unfortunately, today, I have no cow tales to share. But in the few minutes I have left, I would like to talk briefly about a haunting silence spreading across democracies. It is the silence of citizens turning their backs on the very process meant to give them voice. And nowhere does this echo more ominously than in Nigeria. The 2023 presidential election recorded a voter turnout of just 26.72%, the lowest in Nigeria's electoral history. Out of 93.47 million registered voters, only 24.9 million showed up to vote. More starkly still, the mandate of the winning candidate, on which an anthem has been invented, flows from less than 10% of Nigeria's electorate. The numbers indeed tell a story of progressive deterioration. In 2003, the high water mark of our post-military participatory energy, Nigeria recorded 69% turnout. By 2011, it had fallen to 53.7%. In 2015, it dropped further to 43.7%, then 34.75% in 2019, and 3 years ago, 26.72%. The trajectory is unmistakable. With each election cycle, more Nigerians are choosing not to choose. Meanwhile, this problem is associated with all our elections and not just the presidential. For instance, the last Ondo State gubernatorial election in 2024 recorded a voter turnout of just 25%. Yes, our politicians have been quick to celebrate their victories and issue acceptance speeches about mandates and democratic legitimacy. But there's a question they must now confront. What does it mean to govern with the consent of so few? Each election cycle, we witness the familiar theaters, rallies packed with supporters whose transport and feeding have been arranged, town halls filled with the party faithful who are mobilized, and on the election day itself, what we are inundated with are reports of voters being cajoled, induced, or in some cases, coerced to polling stations. To understand the magnitude of our crisis, let's consider the global context. The University of Essex in the United Kingdom conducted what researchers described as the most extensive cross-national study of voter turnout to date, analyzing all post-1945 democratic elections across 116 countries. Their finding was unambiguous. Global average turnout has dropped from above 57% in the late 1960s to below 67% after 2010. The findings from that research, published in the journal World Politics, deserve to be read slowly. And I quote, "As democracy has expanded across countries, electoral participation has declined. But even in countries facing democratic challenges, participation remains substantially higher than ours. the OECD average stands at 65%. Nigeria's 27% represents the worst turnout in Africa. The standard explanations for low turnout of voters are logistical failures, insecurity, distance to polling units, restrictions of movement on election day, and voter suppression. Yes, insufficient voter education, fear of violence, inadequate understanding of the electoral process, and orchestrated mischief to keep voters away all play roles. But at its core, Nigeria's voter apathy crisis is about trust, or rather, the catastrophic erosion of trust. Therefore, the uncomfortable truth our political class must face is this: the democracy we practice does not impact enough Nigerians to make them care about voting. Following the AMAC election in February this year, I wrote a column titled "In Defense of Abuja's Non-Voters," which resonated with many people. With 65,676 votes recorded for all the candidates out of 837,338 registered voters, it meant that just about 8% of AMAC residents who registered to vote bothered to exercise their franchise. In that intervention, I warned that nobody should downplay the challenge of voter apathy and the dire implications of a pervasive lack of interest to participate in our elections. From disillusionment with the performance of public officials to the growing perception that their votes may not count, there are justifiable reasons why many Nigerians are staying away from the polling booth at election time. And such electoral indifference bodes ill for our democracy. The Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, has identified trust and turnout as the biggest stories of the 2023 elections. Citizens no longer trust that their votes will count, or most devastatingly, that it matters who wins, according to CDD. What should terrify our political class is that when 3/4 of registered voters see no point in participating, we do not have a democracy in any meaningful sense. This deliberate disengagement impacts not just electoral outcomes, but also the entire system. In a research paper, Voter Turnout Problems, Government by Some of the People, Douglas J. Amai, a professor emeritus of politics at Mount Holyoke College in the United States, contends that low turnout of voters undermines majority rule, fair representation, and policy responsiveness, which are key aspects of a democracy. At this point, it may be important to state that low turnout of voters based on public dissatisfaction with the ruling class is not peculiar to Nigeria. On 1st November 2021 in South Africa, the people of Pungule Weni community shut down the voting station in Ward 13, local municipality, in protest over lack of access to drinking water and bad roads. The people said it was no longer worth their trouble to vote because elected officials don't care about them. At the end, from 55% voters turnout in 2016 in the municipality, only 2% voted in 2021. 2 years later, in December 2023, a survey on voter behavior in the country was released by the Human Science Research Council. In one of their findings, young South Africans say they boycott elections because they believe that voting makes no difference in their material condition. This may be the time to also interrogate why registered voters in Nigeria are losing interest in voting, not with the aim of devising better mobilization strategies or more effective inducements, but with genuine curiosity about why citizens have concluded that their participation does not matter. I must admit that increased voter turnout cannot in and of itself guarantee a people-friendly government, but to restore voter confidence and participation, Nigerians must begin to see that those elected to public offices work for them. Because eventually, perhaps sooner than we think, this mass disengagement will have consequences. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there's no way we can talk about turnout of voters without highlighting the wonders of Nigeria's political environment. The low turnout that we witnessed in our general elections by INEC is never reflected in the primaries of the political parties. The ruling APC and the opposition ADC recently conducted their primaries in preparation for the 2027 general election. From a membership register, and I have the register of the parties, I did my research and I got it, of 12,643,316 people, APC was able to record 11,069,756 votes, which represent 87.5 turnout. While from a register of 3,113,599 members, 202,527,977 voters were accredited for the ADC, representing a turnout of 81.2%. But we all know what is going on, or don't we? Let me also use this opportunity to express my disappointment with the current opposition in our country, whose members are busy tearing one another apart on social media. I am sure many Nigerians are aware that come next week Saturday, a gubernatorial election will hold in Ekiti State. What many may be unaware of is that there will also be 6 by-elections on that same day. 4 senatorial elections with 1 each in Ondo, Rivers, Nasarawa, and Enugu. There will also be a House of Assembly election in Kebbi and a House of Representatives election in Kano. Now, here is the issue. The last day for parties to submit their membership registers to INEC was 10 May 2026. Primaries for the by-elections were conducted almost 2 weeks later, from 22 to 26 May, according to the timetable published by the INEC. Yet, the ADC and NDC are not fielding candidates in any of these by-elections, holding next week in 5 geopolitical zones in the country. If those who seek to displace the people in power do not even have the presence of mind to put their members on the ballot in crucial elections, what then is the guarantee that they will be different if they get to government? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now let me speak to those who will say, my vote is just one. What does it matter if I vote or not? Well, history teaches that every vote matters. From the Dakota Legislative District 12 election in the United States, to that of an Exeter Member of Parliament in the UK, to the Zanzibar District of Chake Chake, dozens of crucial elections have been decided by a single vote. But perhaps the most interesting case happened in an Indian legislative election in Sanjan State in 2008. According to the declared result, CP Joseph secured 62,215 votes, while his victorious opponent, Tarya Singh Chuchan, got 62,216 votes. But here is the real story. Joseph reportedly, while the wife, mother, and personal driver of the defeated Joseph reportedly failed to vote, Chuchan's wife was said to have voted at 2 different polling stations. Someone must conduct a DNA test on that woman to ascertain where she truly comes from. The essence of those examples is to disprove the notion that one vote cannot make a significant difference. In 2016, the MIT Election Lab did a report which revealed that between 1976 and 2021, hundreds of key elections in the United States were decided by just a handful of votes. In Nigeria, we have also seen a number of close electoral contests. In 2019, for instance, then incumbent Governor Aminu Tambuwa secured a second term in Sokoto State by a margin of 342 votes, which is just the size of an average polling unit. So by refusing to vote, you are also indirectly making a choice, because you are ceding to other people the responsibility to decide who governs you. As an aside, as I speak, several school children and their teachers ceased from their classroom in some communities in Oyo State about a month ago, remain in the hands of their captors somewhere in the forest. One of those teachers, Michael Oyedokun, will not be coming home. His abductors beheaded him. Dozens of Borno State school children are also in captivity. I'm not sure that the Democracy Day we commemorate today will mean anything to the families of those victims and thousands of others across the country who are currently negotiating ransom for the release of their loved ones. As we all pray for the quick release of those victims, we can only hope that authorities in our country will find a lasting solution to the growing security challenge. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the import of the foregoing is that democracy, for all its flaws and frustrations, remains the only system that gives ordinary citizens a say in who governs them. The right to make that choice is therefore not a gift granted by politicians. It is one of the hardest won freedoms in human history. Generations of Nigerians fought, marched, bled, and died to establish the principle that the people would determine who sits in Aso Rock, state government houses, and in all the legislative chambers, whether they are green or red. That is the essence of the Democracy Day that we celebrate today. President Bola Tinubu captured that very well in his broadcast this morning. Therefore, to abandon that obligation is to ignore the sacrifices of so many compatriots with unintended consequences. Indeed, the same Essex study earlier referenced reveals that low voter turnout leads to socio-economically distorted participation, biased public policies, and fertile ground for patronage politics that drove people away in the first place. In other words, low turnout and broken government feed each other in an accelerating spiral. The beauty of democracy is not that it produces perfect leaders. Its beauty is that it gives citizens a mechanism to remove imperfect ones. That mechanism only works if citizens use it. Therefore, as we approach the 2027 general election, the choice before Nigerians is stark. We can continue to celebrate ever narrower victories based on the votes of an ever shrinking fraction of the electorate, or we can acknowledge that we are in a crisis by doing the difficult work of rebuilding trust, making elections credible, and delivering on tangible improvements in the lives of ordinary Nigerians. This then brings me to the story of a lawmaker seeking re-election as a member of his state House of Assembly. While on a campaign tour in a poor community within his constituency, he asked the people in the crowd to name their two most pressing problems. The first man he called said the roof of the primary school in the community had been blown away by rain. That should not be a problem, the lawmaker replied. I know the governor is devoting a lot of money to education. In the supplementary budget that we sent to the House next week, he added, as he brought out his phone for a long conversation with someone the crowd suspected could only be the governor, especially when the honorable member ended the conversation with, "Thank you very much, Your Excellency." He then explains to his audience that the governor had assured him that he would construct a new primary school for the community. Now, what is the next problem? He asked. A young man was called and he said, "We hope you can help us so that we can also be making calls like you. There is no mobile network coverage in this village." Pastor Koju, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for me, the question is not whether Nigerians want to vote. The registration numbers prove they do. The question is whether they believe their votes matter. And until we can answer that question affirmatively, and citizens can see a clear line between their ballot and a better life, the silence at the polls will only grow louder. Yet, history shows that when people give up on the ballot, they find other ways to make their voices heard. And those ways are rarely peaceful or orderly. Thank you very much for listening, and happy Democracy Day.
Keep clapping, please. When those to choose decide not to choose, let us take away that we should remember to exercise our civic responsibility and that our vote counts. So please, let's keep the conversation going beyond this room. Share your key moments online. Remember, the hashtag for today is the platform June 12. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce a distinguished African human rights champion and constitutional lawyer. Brian Kagoro is a renowned Zimbabwean activist who has dedicated his life to justice and constitutional reform. He has also served as a consultant for several regional organizations, including the African Union Commission, NEPAD, the New Partnership for Africa's Development, and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Mr. Brian Kagoro is the founder of the Crisis in Zimbabwean Coalition, where he served as both spokesperson and national coordinator. He is also a board member of the Amani Trust and serves as a legal advisor to the Zimbabwean Congress of Trade Unions. In addition to his activism, he is an accomplished academic, having published numerous articles on Zimbabwean and global politics. Please welcome with a round of applause, Mr. Brian Kagoro.
I only brought the iPad in order to impress a colleague of mine who thinks I'm a technophobe. To our hosts, allow me to thank you for this platform and its significance not only for Nigeria but for the continent. I wanted to start off by a story. When all is done, I'll have given you 2 stories, 3 proverbs, and if you remember nothing else, please do remember the stories in the proverb. My father told me a story of a caretaker in a school who was told that their primary job was to lock the gate every day at 6 p.m. so that the thieves don't come in. And for almost 20, 30 years, the caretaker faithfully locked the gate every day at 6 p.m. and the school was kept safe. And then it happened as society developed that the thieves in the local area came and stole the fence. After the thieves had stolen the fence, the caretaker continued to lock the gate at 6 p.m. So one of the things I will say, and in agreement with what Charles said earlier, is be careful not to lock the gate when there's no more fence. The second story I wanted to tell you is a fairly simple story. There is a king somewhere in Africa who wanted succession, and the king went to 3 mentees and gave them a seed and said to them, there will be one single determinant that will be voted for by the whole community of who my successor will be. And that determination will be based on the following. I have given each of you a seed. The one who has the tallest tree at the end of 2 years will become my successor. So it happened, the chaps took the seed and they went and planted it. Everyone discovered after some time there was no germination. And so people became creative. 2 of the contestants went and said, this is a seed of a common tree in the village. My seed is not growing. How will the king know that I swapped the seed? So they went and found alternative seeds. And of course, they grew into very tall trees. The one chap was just watching the seed, but the seed was not growing. After the 2-year period, they all went back to the king, and the 2 chaps were proud because the trees had grown significantly, And the one chap was distraught and morose and went and said, oh, well, look, I know I'm now no longer in the race. And the king looked at the trees in amazement and said, well done, your tree has grown so tall. And to the other, wow, yours has grown tall and a little bit wide. And then he went to the last person and said, and you have nothing to show. And he says, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, Ogasa. The seed you gave me did not grow. I watered it, I put it in the right soil. And then the king said, I want everybody to understand, this shall be our king. Do you know why? The king said, I gave every single one of these people a boiled seed. There's no way it was going to grow. And the fact that these have grown means that they have been willing to cheat the system. The fundamental problem that we have is there are people who are willing to manufacture progress irrespective of the ethical base, the ideological base, or the moral base upon which that progress is constructed. But here is the tragedy. Nigerian youth, African youth, pastors, imams celebrate appearances of material progress, notwithstanding the basis upon which that material progress has been constructed. And I've been going around the continent saying the following, that look, we have equated status and being with having things, and so even though we are opposed to corruption, we admire those who flaunt the outputs and outcomes of corruption. Even if we are opposed to corruption, we still celebrate those who through corrupt means rise in society. The fundamental hole in the heart of Nigerian democracy is the lack of a civic and political consciousness that says the moral basis of progress matters as much as the material basis of progress. Lawyers take the bait, the bankers take the bait, scientists take the bait, everybody takes the bait, because Africa is obsessed with the disease of self-importance. So for you to look like you have something, you have to have the material things. For you to be accepted and honored, you have to have the trappings of importance. So every young person grows up aspiring to be Oga, because you will have people who serve you, you will have the things that prove it. No one dreams of building Nigeria. They don't want the corrupt version of the country, but they don't mind being corrupt if it will get them to feel and to be seen and to act important. So here is the dilemma. A conflictual relationship with money and wealth. On the one hand, we want ethics. On the other, we want money. I guess it is you Christians who say you cannot serve God and Mammon at the same time. The democratic equilibrium between values and primitive accumulation will never balance to values. It balances to primitive accumulation. And primitive accumulation always leads to show off, or what people call conspicuous consumption. That means when people are chopping at the chop, they show off that they are chopping. So society grows up with a chop mentality, and you gather us every year to discuss democracy. But democracy is being chopped every day. Now small choppers, big choppers, and from the least of society to the highest of society, now chopism is the new way. Friends, I wish we could say that in this narrative that all is lost, but not all is lost. Something happened here amongst young Nigerians that we have seen elsewhere, where young Nigerians rose up in protest against the securitization of the state. I want to suggest to you that protest and outrage is not revolution or transformation. It may be an important way to show that you are unhappy, but you cannot build the foundations of a future society on anger. Society is built on vision, and because we have robbed our young people of the opportunity to envision the Nigeria that they want. We have kept them at the bus stop of anger and outrage. So they're outraged against the system, outraged against the elders, outraged against the foreigners, outraged against anything that's different. Because what happens in the position of outrage is that you have not enough time to imagine. So history becomes the weapon that you use to fight everything and everyone. History is important to know where you have come from. But until you have a vision of a promised land, and I want to suggest to you that that promised land is much more than a constitution. Because if this beautiful country, no one stole and everyone stuck to the constitution, Nigeria will still not be as prosperous as God intended Nigeria to be. I'll tell you why. The pretense that all that it will take Africa to transform is African moralism and morality is both naive and archaic. The wealth of this continent, the oil of Nigeria, the diamonds of the Congo, the titanium, the uranium, the wealth that's under the ground of this continent is the desire of many others. And so that proverbial thing in the Abrahamic religions between Jacob and Esau, where birthright and blessing are exchanged for a bowl of soup, becomes the permanent critique of African developmentalism and African leadership. Bowl of soup for the birthright. Bowl of soup for the blessing. Why? Because our children have not been accorded the education that makes them the experts with full understanding of the value of the minerals and the agriculture, the industrial potential of their continent. They've been educated sufficiently to speak a language of pain, educated sufficiently to speak a language of despair and discontent, but not given the skills to transform the soil, to transform the minerals, to transform the oil into the benefit that their children should have. I want to suggest to the leadership in this room and to the young people in this room, God gave this continent rich agricultural soils. We have on this continent, from wildlife to plant life, what we need for our health, what we need for our welfare and well-being. But our leadership, with our conspiracy, has spent all their time trying to get a few trinkets, trying to be seen and accepted elsewhere, signing away the things that matter, signing away the future of the continent. And they are in this thing that I call a debt alcoholism. What is a debt alcoholism? You borrow to build things that will never build the future of your children. You borrow to pay salaries so that people can steal. What is debt alcoholism? It's the curse, the epistemic curse that makes you leave preeminent intellectuals like these, and you go and hire an undereducated consultant from Europe or from America because they are of a different pigmentation or they've come under recommendation. I want to suggest to you that their teachers are now here in Nigeria on retirement, and you are getting the students. Why? It is because you do not believe the value of the intellect of your own people, never mind the value of the futures of your own people. This is not a problem of politicians. So let me suggest something to you that you have thought about. Let me give you the words of what you have thought about. Number one, we have de-intellectualized African politics so that many of your major political parties don't have a policy and research wing, and yet they are responsible for making policies, from IT policy to policing policy to AI policy. How are they making policy without research and police wings? Many people who want to be governors, who want to rule, do not have the research competencies or the data that backs them up. I'll tell you how they hope to make it. through power, through popularity, through political beauty pageantry, through accumulating enough money, whether from corruption or other means, to pay their way to power. Once they've paid their way to power, they realize, it is good to be here, but they are unable to do anything, and the masses are demanding performance. What is the solution? I want to suggest to you that political parties and those contending for political office need to have credible backing of knowledge, of data, of science. Number one, we cannot de-intellectualize politics and hope that the governance will be intellectual. Number two, if we are framing governance on the basis of who and what we want to be in the future, a future dominated by technology, by artificial intelligence, and this country has produced in MIT and other global entities that look at technology, some of the leading students. But those students are not advising the government. Those students are not directing policy. I'll tell you why. There is always a gulf between knowledge and complacent, self-indulgent power. There is always a gulf between imagination of the future and contentment with the present. This country needs to learn how to harvest its most diverse and rich intellectual class to do two things. You have to link the intellectuals to the masses. Why? Because the intellectuals have floated away wanting to be proximate to the West, wanting to be proximate to European, American, and other traditions. They've floated away from the mass of the Nigerian people. And brilliant overseas, like we say in the village here in Nigeria, if you are a lizard in your own home, you can't be a crocodile elsewhere. So I'm calling the lizards, please be crocodiles in Nigeria, so that the link between the mass of the Nigerian people, immiserated by corruption, by underdevelopment, by deindustrialization, and the elite of this country that is honored globally for its brilliance, can be breached by a compassion. Because what is at the heart of African misgovernance is heart failure, Pastor Pocho. The lack of compassion for the other, because the pursuit of personal brilliance has so dominated what we do in our education and elsewhere. So my solution, remarry the intellectuals with the masses. Not simply to protest against governments, no, but to fashion the Nigeria that works, the Nigeria that prospers, the Nigeria that is peaceful. It will not happen as long as you have a fragmentation between the old and the young, the intellectuals and the broad mass of the people, the working class and the elite, because that fragmentation will create an ocean of discontent and insecurity. But if you want to reconstruct security that is mindful, Charles, of the social determinants of health, of education, and etc., you have to remarry people. Show the house to the house. Show people back to each other. I wanted to suggest to you that because others have designs on us, others have designs on this beautiful country, development of Nigeria has to be a consciousness of how big Nigeria is. Now, I want you to understand, nothing happens by accident. There is a Shona proverb where I come from that says, if a cat wants to be a lion, it must get rid of its obsession or appetite for rats. Let me repeat. If a cat wants to be a lion, it must lose its voracious appetite for rats. What has dominated Nigerian politics, and I read it from far, and I accept that idealism grows with one's distant from the problem, is this Premier League of pettiness, that national dialogue can be preoccupied with this Premier League of pettiness, and the substantive issues of the day are never debated, and we're debating this one and so and so and so and so. The election comes and goes, and the debate is about personality and petty things, and not about the grand greatness of how does the cat become a lion. And I'm saying lose the appetite for rats. Nigerian youth won't be employed by intention. Nigerian youth will be employed by strategy. Nigerian youth won't be employed by speeches. Nigerian youth require Nigeria to industrialize, For Nigeria to industrialize, it won't happen in Abuja and Lagos only, or in Kano only. That means the whole country becomes a unit for mobilizing the continent, for mobilizing the country for its own economic transformation. I want to suggest to you that the worst form of failure does not happen as a result of mediocrity. It happens when brilliance is not coordinated. Let me repeat. The worst failure is not when you have mediocrity in power. It is when brilliance is not coordinated. All the brilliant people are feuding. No one wants to be led by the other. The brilliant ideas are never implemented because someone is waiting for the perfect idea. And it also depends on who has come up with the idea. I want to suggest to you that it is about time we realize that the same way the clock has been winding down for me, the world won't wait forever for Nigeria to cease being a cat and become a lion, to stop being a lizard and become a crocodile. This country has some of the most talented people. This country has some of the wealthiest soils. This country has many things that are needed. But this country also faces an insecurity born out of neglect. Let me repeat, an insecurity born out of neglect. In a country where you have more billionaires than London, it is surprising that this country, the border with Niger, almost 2,000 miles, nobody watches it. There are parts of this country that people were saying are ungoverned. And my friend Dr. Eze for years has been saying to me, they are alternatively governed. Because power, whether it's formal or informal, it hates a vacuum. So you are calling them militia. They only filled a space where no one was showing care. Now I want to suggest that that thing that I called heart failure, the lack of compassion, essentially means, let's realize, when you go to a Nigerian police station, you enter records manually. We are using analog policing to deal with a country that has produced Yahoo boys. I mean, can you reconcile reality and reality? How are you going to track Yahoo boys using a criminal report book 1? You know, because I'm a guest, my surname is Kagoro and I could be from Kaduna, let me be kind and say, in essence, Nigeria has no choice but to move quickly to ensuring that e-governance, digital governance, and its ability to track digital risks to this country is enhanced. And thank you for providing that. But in essence, what does it mean? It means retraining the police, retraining components of the intelligence, retraining components of military intelligence. The governance crisis is not a failure of process, of procedure, and institution. It is the active sabotage. Remember I said you de-intellectualize politics, you also de-intellectualize governance. But there is a gap between the governance frames we inherited from our colonial masters and where the country is. Can I tell you what that gap is? The governance forms where representative politics was seen as adequate no longer suffices, because young people don't only define their demos based on the state they come from. They define their demos based on who they associate with, their social connections and networks. So who and how you represent young people cannot only simply be from Ekiti, Akwa Ibom, or so. No. Representative democracy must be reimagined and reimagined radically. Without that reimagination, we'll continue to manufacture people, my size, my age, with the level of stomach that I have and comfort that I have. And the young people will continue to rebel. They are not rebelling simply because we are inadequate. They are rebelling because we are obsolete. What we're trying to govern and where they are going are two different universes. And let me repeat what you said, Charles. They are not going to Sokoto. They are coming to Lagos. And now the problem of trying to take them to Sokoto, because that's the appropriate way of doing things, the appropriate procedure, even wearing wigs that are white and gowns and looking the same as our colleagues in the UK. That's not where the young people are going. That's where you and I were going. They are going elsewhere. In fact, they are no longer just going to Lagos. They are going to space. They are going somewhere fundamentally different that our imagination could not capture, because we had been trained to simply imagine sovereignty within the confines of our states. We had been trained to imagine prosperity in one way. We never thought people could make wealth out of something called digital. I want us to admit, we who run our countries are only 4% of the population. The majority median age, 19. It essentially means there is a gulf not only between the systems and the people, but those who are running the countries are now a dangerous minority, not just an echo chamber. The number of Nigerians above the age of 64 is less than 7%. The number of people in Nigeria above the age of 64 in power is the majority. Go figure. I come from Southern Africa. We're run by a white minority, which was between 3 and 5%. We knew the dangers of minority rule. I want to suggest to the eldership, we have become the dangerous minority rulers. Until we get minority status, which is not just a numerical or age-based minority. It is a minority status that also takes this into account. Number one, we have monetized and financialized politics. So the outraged young people can't enter because they have no money. They have no money because they have not stolen enough. They have no money because we have no industries for them to produce enough. They have no money because we have sabotaged the economy so that it depends on someone who knows someone who knows someone else. And they come from families where they don't know anyone. And they want Nigeria to work, whether you know someone or you don't know someone. My friend Ben, I asked him, what would be different? He said, Brian, I just want a Nigeria where I can succeed, not because I know someone. Well, how do we create a Nigeria where you succeed, not because you know someone? It's not just the systems and institutions. I want to suggest that we need new systems, but we need new leaders. We can't get new leaders without a new leadership pipeline. We can't get a new leadership pipeline constructed only out of outrage. A new leadership pipeline has to have the values of the future, the competencies and the skills required in the future, the foresight of the future, the global perspective of the future. Now, if we can't do that, I want to suggest something to you. We cannot continue to ignore Nigerian women and hope that the World Trade Organization, the United Nations, and everybody else is going to recognize them as leaders, because the chickens will come home to roost. You will have a generational divide between the young and the old. You will have a gendered divide between the women and the men. But you will have another divide. Someone is now telling you that you should fight on the basis of faith. I want to say to Nigeria, you people who are in faith, you are no longer the sole merchants of hope. The number of unchurched Nigerians is now grown by over 44% in 3 decades. That means Nigerians will neither go to the mosque or to the church, even for a country that's more than 80% religious. Be careful that you do not end up with a situation where the value base of society is determined solely by the internet and by anger. The greatest threat to democracy is not the theft of elections, as bad as that is. It's not the corruption in the elections. The greatest threat to democracy is when intellectually we become dependent on forms that never serve the future of our people. Let me end with this story. They built the Great Wall of China in order to keep out the northern invaders. Then after some time, the invasion started. It's because when the fathers were building the Great Hall, they did not teach their children ethics. And in the end, the northern invaders figured out how to bribe the gatekeepers. Your society's gatekeepers, if you neglect them today, this country will pay the consequences in the future. God bless you.
Let's keep the applause coming. We have a lot to unpack there. But let's also remember that digitization and digital economy is the way that the world is going, and we must adapt or we will be extinct. So now, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming a distinguished legal mind, public servants, and powerful voice in governance. Babatunde Raji Fashola is a senior advocate of Nigeria and the former Minister of Power, Works and Housing from 2019 till 2023. Please put your hands together for Babatunde Raji Fashola, SAN-CON.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Let me start by thanking our convener for this important annual meeting on a very iconic day in our national history, June 12th. Of course, for me as a parent and for other parents across the nation, today comes with very mixed blessings for very obvious reasons. But the business of nationhood must continue so that we do not surrender to those who wish otherwise. But our hearts go out to those in grief and those in captivity, and our biggest encouragement for our government and law enforcement to bring them back safely. So, I have been asked to speak about democracy beyond elections. And this just takes me back again to 1993 and why we convened on June 12th. This should have been an ordinary day, just another ordinary day. We had gone to vote, and we had expected while we were monitoring the results that the votes would be counted. Then the abnormal happened. The votes were stopped. The elections were subsequently annulled, and June 12 became not just a date anymore. It became an event, a cause and a movement, an agitation that took local, international, and global center stage. That date has become more than a number. It has become the expression of the wish of a people and their resolve. The events that followed, of course, have led to the elections that were held in 1999 and birthed this, our democracy. I asked people born in 1999 if they remembered what happened. Some of them don't even know who MKO Abiola was. So I have shared books written about MKO's Abiola's life with them, and then we have been able to have conversations. So, what happened that period from that day was the overwhelming unwritten agreement of majority of Nigerians in and out of government that ultimately led to the 1999 elections and the start of the democratic experience we celebrate and commemorate today. Let that not be lost on anybody at all. It took a lot. So if we are to discuss democracy beyond elections, the question I ask is, what kind of democracy have we made an agreement about, if we have made an agreement at all? What kind of democracy do we want? And for those to whom that might sound strange, there is the classic liberal democracy that comes with all of the liberties and all of the freedoms. But a new school of thought has also emerged and is being discussed by scholars about an illiberal type of democracy. And there are reasons why this dichotomy has evolved, not the least of which is the undisputed fact that democracy is not an easy form of government at all. As you might have heard before I came on stage, it comes with freedoms, the right to ask, the right to choose, the right to even express outrage to your leaders. And that means that that system of government comes with checks and balances. It commends the necessity for consensus building. And please don't forget that word, consensus building. And this is what I intend to focus on as we discuss democracy beyond elections. So, in the interest of time, I am just going to be asking us questions, perhaps to provoke thoughts about how we can build consensus as a people and as a nation. Let us look at elections. What consensus have we evolved about our elections? Are we agreed as a people that elections are an imperfect event all over the world? They are never perfect, because it is a large and challenging logistic undertaking. So perfection is aspirational. And so when there are glitches or problems with elections, either somebody doesn't do his job on that day, because the reality on election day in Nigeria is that presidential election, to be precise, it was 176,000 polling stations across the world. On that day, from about 9 till about 2 or 3, everybody was supposed to be doing the same thing together, correctly, at the same time. They were born differently, they were socialized differently, they were transported differently, they were educated differently. Some have eaten, some did not eat. That is the reality of that day. And so with the imperfections, are we agreed that we should accept the results? Or are we agreed that it must be INEC's fault? Even when the INEC chairman cannot be in all of those 176,000 polling stations. Think about it. In other jurisdictions, they recognize the imperfections, they aspire to improve, but they accept the results. And for those who are unsuccessful, they move peacefully and gallantly to accept the position of opposition. That role, I dare say, is as important, if not more important, than the role of those in government. It seems to me that an unwillingness to accept the outcome of an election perhaps blinds the unsuccessful participant from seeking and taking up the ennobling role of opposition for the development of society. I have spoken about the necessity for consensus because I think it is the most important feature that will help shape our democracy. consensus does not disable opposition. On the contrary, it sharpens the alternatives that they represent. And let me repeat that. Consensus doesn't disable opposition. It just sharpens the alternative that they represent. If we have a consensus about what we are going to do as a people and as a nation on various issues, some of which I will deal with by example, it is then easy to hold people's feet to fire about the alternatives that they present as to the best way to achieve it. And you will see from some of the examples. We have just had a major fiscal reform that delivered 4 new tax laws. And unless I missed it, I don't recall what the political parties, and this is not about what their individual members have said about the tax reform. I don't recall what the party's positions were about the subject of taxation. Now, can you truly have a representative government, a democratic government, without a debate about taxation? That is the basis of representation. And that is something about which I think we should reach a consensus. And the first question is, what do we want to do about taxes? Are we unanimous that every taxable person must pay? Because if we have that resolution as a consensus, the debate then will be whether the rich should pay more than the poor or whether they should pay the same. The debate will sharpen to whether corporates should pay more or less as a strategy for increasing industrialization or manufacturing or growth and creating employment. The other question to ask us about a consensus is, what should our foreign policy be? And can we form a consensus about who our enduring allies are? Who are our enduring allies? People we can go to sleep at night and know that they will have our backs. Who are they? This is something I want us to reflect upon. Because based on the investment we have made in liberation struggles across the continent, based on the investments we have made in peacekeeping missions across the continent, I am not sure that we can say confidently as a people here that we have this person or this country as an enduring ally. Can we have a consensus about the kind of parliamentary oversight that we want in our democracy? Because there should be parliamentary oversight of the executive arm. That's why it's a system of checks and balances. Should a party that has formed the majority in parliament, should that parliament oppose its own government simply because it does not want to be called a rubber stamp? And this is a serious matter, because we see in other jurisdictions, in spite of unpopular nominations, unpopular processes, the majority stands by its government. That is not to say that the majority cannot bring its own government to account when it is breaching the constitution or breaking the law. But it requires some deeper reflection. Why do people fight to deliver a majority in an election? As I've said before, it is a government by consensus. And that consensus usually requires you to have majority in parliament so that you can push your budget through on time for developmental work, you can pass your laws quickly for developmental work, and so on and so forth. But that does not necessarily mean that the majority must abdicate its responsibility to the electorate. But as I ask, what will it be worth working hard to have a majority if that majority becomes the opposition to its own government and slows down development? Now, what consensus can we build about healthcare and education funding as a people? Do we agree that free health and free education are qualitative enough and are sustainable? Or do we think that the quality is impacted by the price and they should be paid for. If we take the latter view, do we have a consensus that nobody must be left behind, irrespective of his status and his means? If we do, then the debate and differences at election in a government should be about who offers the best financing option, rather than who promises what is free and is unsustainable. If you want to applaud, please do so. Indeed, I ask, if we agree on free basic education, very basic education, do we also agree that university education can be delivered free and qualitatively? Think about it. There are a host of other things around which consensus will help to move our democracy beyond elections, which is the subject. What type of trade unions should we support to protect workers? And when should the instrumentality of a strike be deployed, if at all? What kind of civil society organization do we need to do the job of making public officers accountable? And what process should we adopt for making civil society organizations themselves accountable? Because we cannot have a society in which some people are unaccountable. Now, to the big one in the transition era, what kind of political parties do we desire? And what role should their executives play? And how do we hold them accountable, political parties? And can they even hold their own candidates who hold office accountable? When did we last see a national chairman or a state chairman of a party invite the president or the governor to the party headquarters to come and explain what he is doing with their mandate, with the people? Is that the kind of political parties we want to see? Let's think about it. Now I want to go to the last point, and it is whether we have formed a consensus as a people about whether we are a nation or a country. Are we a nation or are we a country? Now, I take this point because the day I raised the point, some of my colleagues said, "What are you talking about?" Because we use those words somewhat interchangeably, but they mean different things. And when I said, okay, undertake a search on a digital search engine and see what it brings up, then we had a debate. Some of them famously quoted Chief Obafemi Awolowo as saying, "Oh, we are a mere geographical expression, we are not a nation." And I said, well, that classification perhaps even does some injustice to the late sage. But I am researching, I'm looking for the full speech of where he was quoted. And when I find it, I'll probably come back publicly. But it is a matter I think we should reflect on. And I consider it worthy of this podium because I recently read a book by a former Nigerian leader. And in about 14 instances in his book, he referred to us interchangeably in one breath as a country, in another breath as a nation. And I thought that that was profoundly perplexing. Because if we don't have an agreement about our own identity, how can we reach an agreement about our purpose? Are we a nation or a country? It is possible that those who created us by way of colonization and independence created us in their own image. No, it's serious. Just think of it. Because if you look at them, they are a country of several nations. And I think perhaps that is what we are. In less formal surroundings, I say that if you look at how they go to the World Cup as different nations, then they go to the Olympics as one country, and they play politics in a different way, under different names, you probably see what I am talking about. I think we are a country of many diverse nations, and that is a good thing, a very good thing, from which shared prosperity and development can be forged. We are also a resilient, innovative, and adaptable people. But can we forge a national creed from these traits? Not for the purpose of enduring rubbish. We can't be resilient to rubbish. But rather for the purpose of propelling ourselves to overcome every adversity that lies on our path to greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, on the anniversary of the historic and iconic June 12 date, these are my thoughts about democracy beyond elections. Thank you.
I thought we'll do a better round of applause. Before we welcome our final speaker, please do well to share your highlights and learning using the hashtag, which is the platform June 12. And Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce General Christopher Gwabin Musa, OFR. A retired Nigerian Army general who currently serves as Nigeria's Minister of Defense, having been nominated by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GACFR on December 2nd, 2025. Prior to this role, he was the 18th Chief of Defense Staff from June 2023 to October 2025. He holds a BSc in Chemistry, a Diploma in Defense and Strategic Studies, an Advanced Diploma in Security Management, and a Master's in Military Science from the National Defense University in China. He is a member of the Nigerian Institute of Management and a Fellow of Disaster Management and Safety Science. His contributions to national security and leadership are exceptional. He has been pivotal in enhancing Nigeria's defense capacity, and he was recently recognized with the African Peace and Security Leadership Award in 2024 for his role in regional and security cooperation. Please join me in welcoming, with a round of applause, General Christopher Gwabin Musa, OFR.
Thank you very much. Please, can we sit down? Pastor Poju, I just want to say a very big thank you. I've watched you over the years, and I've never dreamt that one day I will be standing here. So for me, it's a great honor. Thank you also, Madam. In the military, if you're a Major General, your wife is a Lieutenant General, because she takes the final decisions. So, Madam, you are the prophet. It's a great honor for me standing here today. Nigeria is going through a trying period, and I'm sure we're all aware of that. In fact, when I was invited, I was told to come and speak about security. I was wondering what I was going to say, because I know that Nigeria is going through so much. And as Nigerians, it's important for us to understand that challenges will always come as long as you live. The important thing is, what do you do about those challenges? And I'm very happy for all those speakers that have spoken. One thing they have said that is striking is that everything revolves around the people. If the people are ready and willing to make changes, changes will occur. If the people are not willing, nothing will happen. And I can tell you what's going on with the challenges we have in the country. Banditry, insurgency, terrorism. Why does it seem so difficult to deal with it? Perhaps we have the people that are also encouraging and supporting these things from happening. Because the terrorists, the bandits, survive around the people. There are several stories how people have aided them in giving them food, in giving them water, in giving them information. And these are the things that keep them going. And we call this the oxygen. Who are those funding them? Who are those giving them information? Who are those giving them the logistics that keeps them going? It is still the people. Conventional warfare in the past used to be state to state, country to country, so you know who your enemy is. The most dangerous aspects of battle or campaign is when the enemy is within. That individual that you are protecting is the number one enemy trying to take you out immediately he gets the chance. So it's important for us to always remember that the armed forces, the security agencies, no matter what they do, if the people are not ready to support, makes it extremely very difficult. But I want to appeal, and I want to appreciate Nigerians, that despite these challenges, Nigerians are standing up and ensuring that this menace is dealt with. And we must continue to work in unity. Because it is these gaps that exist between us that this individual sees and try to expand to separate us and divide us. And we must not let that happen. So it is an honor and privilege to join distinguished Nigerians and fellow Africans as we commemorate June 12th, a date that has become one of the defining symbols of democratic struggle, national resilience, and collective aspiration. June 12 reminds us that democracy was not handed to Nigeria. It was earned through sacrifice. Nothing good comes easy. True courage and the determination of citizens who believe that their voices mattered and that the future of their nation should be shaped by democratic choice. As we celebrate democracy today, it's important to remember that democracy does not sustain itself automatically. Humans must make it work. It requires strong institutions, requires responsibility leadership, it requires active citizenship, and it requires security. No democracy can flourish where fear dominates daily life. No democracy can deliver prosperity where violence disrupts communities. No democracy can fully mature if citizens lose confidence in the ability of the state to protect them. When we speak of national defense, the instinct is usually to focus on boots on the ground, air power, or intelligence gathering. However, true and lasting security is anchored on the critical element, the defeat of ignorance and the conquest of hopelessness. This brings me to my topic today, which is securing a nation. Not merely from the perspective of military operations, but from the broader perspective of protecting the democratic nature of Nigeria. To drive my points, I've outlined my presentation into 5 parts. I shall firstly look at June 12th and the meaning of democratic security. Secondly, we'll briefly recall the reality of Nigerians' journey. Thirdly, we'll highlight what has changed and what must still change. While in the 4th part, we'll focus on the future of security in the age of technology. I shall then end with a national call to shared responsibility. Now on June 12 and the meaning of democratic security. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when people hear the word security, they immediately think of soldiers, weapons, and military operations. Those things are important, but security is fundamentally about people. It is about creating conditions where citizens can live without fear, pursue opportunity, educate their children, build businesses, and contribute to national development. The defense of democracy is therefore not merely the defense of territory. It is the defense of our freedom, institutions, economic opportunity, and our collective future. One lesson I've learned over decades of service is that the true measure of security is not simply the absence of conflicts. It is the presence of confidence. Confidence that citizens have in their future, confidence in the institutions can function effectively, and confidence that opportunity can flourish. Democracy gives legitimacy. Security gives stability. One cannot flourish without the other. Therefore, the question before us today is not whether Nigeria should be democratic. History has already answered that question. The real question is this: how do we secure a democracy in an increasingly complex and rapidly changing world? If that is what we seek to protect, what are the forces threatening it today? And how do we collectively overcome these forces? This brings me to the second part of my presentation, which is the reality of Nigeria's security journey. The security challenges confronting Nigeria today are very different from those faced by previous generations. We continue to confront terrorism and violent extremism. We continue to confront banditry, kidnapping, and organized criminality. We continue to contend with arms trafficking, oil theft, cyber threats, and instability that often transcends national borders. At the same time, misinformation and disinformation increasingly threaten social cohesion and public trust. We're all aware the effects of social media. Modern threats are adaptive. They evolve. They exploit technology. They exploit disunity and weak governance spaces. They exploit social divisions. In many cases, they are interconnected. The criminal who kidnaps for ransom may be linked to arms traffickers. The extremist group may be supported by transnational networks. The cyber criminal may operate far beyond our borders while affecting citizens within them. This reality means that military force alone is no longer sufficient. Modern defense is no longer determined solely by military assets and personnel. Indeed, contemporary security measures require intelligence, technology, institutional coordination, regional cooperation, and above all, national resilience. Our armed forces continue to serve with courage, professionalism, and commitment under difficult conditions. Many have paid the ultimate price in defense of our nation. Their sacrifice deserves our gratitude and our continued support. Having highlighted the nature of the threat, the next question is whether we are up to it and what we must do differently to overcome these challenges. What has changed and what must we do? A honest assessment of our security situation requires balance. There are those who focus on continuing incidents of insecurity. There are those who point to operational successes achieved by armed forces and security agencies. And so many achievements have been made, though challenges still occur. The reality is that both perspectives contain elements of truth. Important gains have been recorded. Terrorists have been neutralized. Criminal networks have been disrupted. Operational capabilities have improved. Interagency cooperation has strengthened. Kinetic actions against violent and criminal actors have increased, leading to the arrest and neutralization of several belligerents. But we still have issues. We still have challenges. And they will still continue to be there. But I can assure you that efforts are being made tirelessly to deal with this. And collectively, as Nigerians, we shall defeat and we shall succeed. These achievements are real and reflect the dedication of our security personnel. Yet, it is equally true that many Nigerians still experience insecurity in their daily lives. I had the privilege of visiting the families of those that were kidnapped in Oyo State, and it was painful. Having to even see them, talk to them, you could see the anguish. As a parent, no one will love his child or his ward to be taken away just like that and still being kept in captivity. But there's so much evil everywhere in the world, and we know with the recent world order, the Sahel has continued to be a major setback for us as Nigerians. Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso have withdrawn from ECOWAS. Libya, since Libya had fallen, movement of drugs, light weapons so much within those general areas. And all this infiltrating into our porous borders continues to add to the challenges we're having. A traveler concerned about a highway, a parent worried about the safety of a child. These realities matter. Security is not measured only by operational statistics. It is ultimately measured by the confidence citizens feel in their homes, communities, and places of work. One lesson experience teaches is that security improvement rarely occurs in a straight line. There will always be challenges. Criminal networks adapt, extremist groups regenerate, new threats emerge even when old threats are degraded. This is why security should be viewed not as a destination, but as a continuous process of adaptation. The challenge before us is not merely to sustain gains. The challenge is to outpace the evolution of these threats. If threats are evolving, our response must evolve even faster. Let us now examine the future of security in the age of technology. As we look ahead, one reality is becoming increasingly clear. The future of security will be shaped as much by technology as by traditional military power. Artificial intelligence is transforming decision-making. Drones are changing surveillance and operational effectiveness. Cyber capabilities are becoming central to national security. We must build our cyberspace, the capacity to defend and protect our own cyberspace. Information operations increasingly influence public perception and national cohesion. The nations that adapt fastest will possess significant advantage. Nigeria faces an increasingly complex security environment requiring innovative approaches that complement conventional defense and security capabilities. This presents both a challenge and an opportunity. We must invest in indigenous innovation, strengthen defense research and development, as well as harness the talents of our universities. Indeed, the youths are the future of this country, and we must do everything to protect them, to ensure that they have that space to be able to project the God-given talents they have. Engineers, scientists, and innovators are all over the country, freely operating, and all this must be harnessed together in order to build the compact power of a nation. The future soldier will increasingly be supported by technology, data, and advanced systems, but technology alone will not secure a nation. Even the most advanced systems cannot replace trust, unity, and national purpose. Ultimately, security proceeds when citizens and institutions work together. And this is what we want to appeal, that we must work together. The security forces are not the enemies of the state. In fact, what I always say is that we are all victims. As a commander, I had the privilege of being the commander in the theater, Operation Hadinkai, for 19 months. And the worst thing that could ever happen to you is having to meet the families of those who have passed on, who were killed, to explain to them what happened to their children, to their wards. Or to see those ones that have been amputated because the vehicles they were riding went through IEDs, which has taken the limbs. Some you see them, eyes taken, arms taken, and all this. And these are family members. So I want to appeal to Nigerians that as long as these individuals are sacrificing themselves, we have a country to protect. We must honor them. We must support them. We must give them everything that will keep them going. And together, with the support of the citizens, so much can be achieved. And I can assure you that. Like I said earlier, the most important lesson from every successful security campaign in history is that security ultimately rests on people. And again, that's why history is very important. Our ability to read history, and not only Nigerian history, history of other countries and how did they evolve. Countries go through trying periods, but they don't give up. That is when they unite and confront the evil and defeat that evil to get to where they are. And it's easier for people to say, look, Nigeria is bad, things are not going well. Yes, Nigeria is bad. So many other places too are bad. But they don't give up. We know Nigerians as being very resilient, strong-minded, strong-willed, with so much capacity to achieve. We must not let ourselves down. We must not let our country down. Government has a role. The armed forces has a role. Traditional institutions, religious leaders, the media, the private sector, every citizen has a role. And one thing I want us to take home when we go home, when you get home. Please, when you lie down before you sleep, after your prayers, for those that pray, ask yourself, what have I contributed to the success of my country? You to answer yourself, what have you contributed as a Nigerian, as a citizen? Or are you expecting somebody else to do it? And when we keep on saying, when you see something, say something, most of the abductions that have happened, during investigation, what we realize that strange faces will appear very close to communities. Everybody will keep quiet. They'll come into your market. Somebody that's making a profit of 2,000 naira daily, suddenly he's making 25,000. He's not asking any question. People come from the forest, buy 200 loaves of bread into the forest. Tomorrow they come and buy crates of mineral into the forest. Nobody is talking. We have a responsibility to expose any act of evil wherever we see it. And don't say because you are scared. Well, the options are left to you. You are scared, you remain, they deal with you. You report, actions are taken. So I think it's very important that we see that. National unity remains one of our greatest strategic assets. And we must build on that. When you sit down, you hear, look, he is from the north, he is from the south, he is Muslim, he is Christian, he is this. These are the gaps that these individuals are using against us. And we must not let that happen. We are all Nigerians. God doesn't make mistake. He has a purpose for putting us together. And it is not for us to destroy ourselves, but for us to build a greater nation. So I want to appeal to Nigerians, like I always said, that we have a country that we should be proud of, that we are proud of. Nobody can defeat us. This evil will pass away. So those who seek to destabilize us, our nation, often seek to divide us. They want to divide and then strike. We must reject misinformation. We must reject narratives that weaken our collective resolve. Social media has provided the avenue to spread falsehood, recruit criminals, and distort the truth. Most times you see videos being brought, visitors of other countries, old videos that had happened, and people make it look as if it is just recent. All what? And you ask, what is the intent? And the question I always ask, if Nigeria falls, what happens to you? What happens to me? What happens to our families? We have operated in countries where war has taken place. It is not something you should look forward to, because you will see things you will never believe will happen. You remember we were told that Nigeria was going to pack up in 2015. This is 2026. Nigeria is still strong and pushing. We are resilient. We must never ever allow anybody to put us down. Most citizens get distracted through social media posts. Please, we should be very careful and very wary about social media. A lot of narratives are being spread. And one question I ask you, why is it that anytime we have elections, probably in an electionary year, we tend to have so much happening, so much insecurity? And it is almost becoming a trend. And the question is, why? Is it because you want the government to look weak? Or is it because you just enjoy that people should be killed? What is the intent? And that is very critical for us. So we must fight those individuals that always create this platform, these opportunities for these individuals to thrive. To our young people, I say this: the generation that fought for June 12 secured democracy. The responsibility of our generation is to secure it, strengthen it, and pass it on stronger than we received it, which means there is work to be done. As we celebrate democracy today, let us recommit ourselves to peace, unity, and responsible citizenship and national progress. Because democracy is more than a political system. Democracy is a promise of opportunity, participation, and hope. Hope for the future. That promise is worth defending, protecting, and passing on to future generations stronger than we received it. In my conclusion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let us be reminded that true patriotism is not measured by words alone. It is reflected in our actions. Patriotism means doing what is right even when no one is watching. It means putting the nation above self, choosing unity over division, and standing to defend it even at personal cost. Let us rise above our differences, embrace unity, and commit ourselves to building a nation that is peaceful, prosperous, and just for all. Every small act of honesty, Kindness and responsibility counts. The Nigerian we dream of will only emerge when we choose to do what is right every single day. The future of our nation lies in our hands. God has given us that responsibility. Permit me to end by my presentation with a quote from our revered President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, who was in the forefront of democracy we and all enjoy today, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. And I quote, "Nigeria will not surrender to fear. We will not allow terrorists, bandits, kidnappers, or violent extremists to define who we are as a people," unquote. We must not allow this seeking to destabilize our dear nation to succeed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, no matter what economic theory we propagate or postulate, without security, without unity, without purpose, we cannot promote the much needed development and prosperity for our dear country. Nigeria will succeed. Nigeria will triumph. Thank you very much. God bless.
Democracy. It guarantees our right to speak freely without fear, to criticize the president from our phones, hold government and politicians accountable on the timelines, argue politics in public spaces.
All the things that we've heard today in a very interesting panel session. And to moderate this panel session, we have the honor to welcome a former senior advisor to the president of the African Development Bank Group and a distinguished moderator who has led conversations at the United Nations General Assembly and other global platforms. Please, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Victor Oladoku.
Sylvia, thank you very much for the very kind introduction. Good afternoon, everybody, distinguished guests, your excellencies, friends of Nigeria, fellow citizens, and to the many in this room across Nigeria and around the world who are tuned in to this very, very important Platform Nigeria panel discussion. It's good to have you. Good afternoon. I think this is one of the most critical events and programs that we have, not just in Nigeria, but on the continent, particularly because of the quality of the event, the quality of the speakers, and the quality of the visionary ideas that emanate from this platform. So for me, it's always an honor to be here. And when Pastor Kwadju asked me, without hesitation, I gladly committed to be here, and it is a joy. I like to say that today, June 12th, Democracy Day, we're really not commemorating just Democracy Day, but really what we're doing is honoring the blood, the boldness, and the will of millions of Nigerians who stood firmly and said that the voices of millions of Nigerians will prevail. That is the reason why we are here today, because the spirit of June 12th was never annulled. The fact that we're here today is evidence of that. I believe, it is my opinion, that June 12th redefined our democratic experience. And it helped each and every one of us to cast a dream of what's possible in our country, of a progressive, of a prosperous, and of a peaceful nation. I was speaking a few moments ago to a member of the media team here, and I said, despair is one of the worst diseases that can afflict any individual. Yes, we do have challenges, but I believe that Nigeria's best days are still ahead of it. Having said that, I just want to set the context for the panel discussion that we're about to have in just a few moments. Everyone knows, and it is evident, both within the country and outside of the country, that we are facing complex challenges that threaten even the very existence of our nation. Some of you speakers have described it as existential crisis. Mr. Omole and several others have described it as such, and that is true. The second thing that I think we need to do before we even begin, and it's a very sobering thought. Today, the vast majority of Nigerians today, 70% of them, were not born in 1993. They account for the majority of Nigerians today. Therefore, their voice, their will, their aspirations really count. And we must give them that respect. They don't want to merely survive, but what they're looking for is dignity. They're looking for opportunity, and they're looking for accountable leadership. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it really is an honor. I don't know, are we still going to have Minister Fashola, Governor Fashola on the platform? I think there are conflicting words on that. Before I begin, I want to make sure that I don't. You have a word for me? Okay, just very quickly.
He's going to stay for 15 minutes.
That's fantastic. Okay. In that case, we will proceed with that brief introduction. So it gives me great honor at this point to invite back to the podium the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Gwabin Musa, a distinguished military leader and former Chief of Defense Staff, who now leads gallantly our efforts to strengthen Nigeria's security architecture. His Excellency Senator Bukola Saraki, a two-time governor of Kwara State and former president of the Nigerian Senate. We're also delighted to have back with us on the platform, actually we'll come to my dear sister in a moment, but I'd like to use this opportunity to invite to the platform the only minister in the history of Nigeria who simultaneously has held 3 portfolios. A former distinguished governor of Lagos State, and a super minister, His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola. You're welcome. We're also honored to have back with us on the platform, thank you for a brilliant presentation earlier, Mrs. Ayo Obe, a distinguished lawyer and former president of the Civil Liberties Organization, and one whose voice is still loudly heard when it comes to democracy, good governance, and citizen rights. In the Yoruba vocabulary, we say Laiwowe. Our next speaker did that. He came on the platform and showed off his laptop, but not for a single second did he glance at what was there. For that, just give him a round of applause. He spoke from the heart, and brilliantly so. Please just hold your fire just for a few moments. A very distinguished Zimbabwean and a Pan-Africanist whose ideas really are greatly appreciated. He's from Zimbabwe, but the last time I checked, Kagoro is a community in southern Kaduna. Kagoro is a Nigerian name. So I think we need some investigation there. But regardless of the case, Brian Kagoro, welcome home. The platform is yours. Sometimes leadership is thankless, and visionary leadership is one of the most difficult things that anybody can embark on. Leadership is not easy. So just before we start the session, I really want to sincerely appreciate the efforts, the work, many over decades of our panelists on the platform today. You know, as Nigerians, thank you very much. As Nigerians, and many times as Africans, we like to pontificate about things that we don't know too much about. And we're very quick to pass aspersions and to curse and to deride. But until you found yourself in the seats that they occupy, you will never really appreciate what it takes. So on that note, to our panelists once again, I say thank you very much for being with us here today. I'm going to start, and I shouldn't come as any surprise. I know that Governor Fashola has just a few moments with us, but I'm going to come to you, Honourable Minister. But I'm going to start with General Musa, and it shouldn't come to you as a surprise that I'm coming to you. One of the things that IOB said earlier is that security and democracy are symbiotic, and vice versa. And that is so true. There are many critics who say that today Nigeria is facing an existential crisis. Just for the record, for those who are just tuning into this particular segment and not the whole program. Recently, you lost a brigadier general. Late last year, another brigadier general, and just a few days ago, Borno State, a number of soldiers. In our consciousness right now are the memories of the teacher Michael Oyedokun, who was referenced earlier, who was beheaded in a most horrific manner. According to statistics by the National Bureau of Statistics, Nigerians over the last 1 year up until April between May of 2023 and April of 2024 paid out 2.3 trillion naira in ransom money. Now that statistic shows us the gravity of the situation that we're dealing with, its economic impact, and the increasing encroachment and enlargement of the footprint. So, thank you for the presentation that you made earlier. Excellent speech. For Nigerians who are here in the audience and watching, who might be wondering whether or not our security architecture is fit for purpose,
Again, not necessarily dealing with this administration, but previous administrations that have spent trillions of naira on security operations. What do you have to say? Do we have a security apparatus that is fit for purpose? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, one more time. Really very honored and privileged to be here. Questions. And because Nigerians want answers. The Nigerian military has over time have performed remarkably well all over the world because we're dealing with conventional warfare. That was how we were trained. That was how we operated over the years. Now, we are dealing with asymmetric warfare, which means, like I said earlier, the enemy is within, and that makes it more difficult.
Sure.
Boko Haram started in 2009, somewhere around Gedam in Yobe State. And I think the mistake we made over time is we took them for granted. They were just youths, misplaced youths, misinformed youths, and all these things, and they were building capacity. Asymmetric warfare is such a warfare that you should never, ever allow it to thrive. Never. And my advice to every other country that you don't have this, because it has to do with ideology. Ideology is about the mind. You can't see it on somebody's face. So it makes it extremely difficult to fight with. And besides that, you have individuals who believe in that ideology, and they might just be sitting with you, whether in government, out of government, everywhere you've been to.
Just because of the limitations of time, General, I want us to deal with the questions specifically. Again, we have a lot of questions, we have a lot of areas to cover. The question is, do we have a security apparatus that is fit for purpose?
We have a professional operation apparatus, military apparatus. The military is a wonderful operation. You have a military that is professional in its conduct, that is committed in ensuring that Nigeria is secured. We have challenges as the military, but I can tell you for what we're doing, for what we have, and the successes we're achieving, so much has been done. But again, like I said, with the challenges of asymmetric warfare, it makes it difficult and makes it look as if nothing is being done. But on a daily basis, we're succeeding. We'll continue to succeed. But like I said earlier, we cannot do it alone without the populace, without the citizens also supporting what we are doing. And that is critical.
Okay, and that's wonderful. But I do have this question, and I think it's one that's on the minds of many Nigerians. There are tons of technologies today.
Yeah.
Ground imaging, thermal imaging, night vision, satellites, you name it. The question a lot of people are asking is, how in the world do literally hundreds of militants and criminal elements move en masse in trucks, on motorcycles, heavily armed without any interception? This is not a new phenomenon.
Yeah.
It goes back probably over 10 years. Nigerians do not understand how this is possible.
Yeah.
What do we need to do once and for all to decapitate, crush, and destroy this element once and for all?
What we need to do as a nation, firstly, is to unite. Secondly, for us to have the technology required to fight. Nigeria has a land border of 4,000 kilometers. 923 square kilometers is a massive area. The armed forces alone cannot cover the entire area, even when you add up all the security agencies. So we have to leverage a lot on technology, which we are making efforts in getting. And one of the things that is actually affecting us because we do not produce these items that we need. Now the world the way it is, even with your money sometimes you can't get these assets. But the little we have are what we are using, and it's giving us results, but we need to do more. The president has approved the Defense Industry Corporation to be able to establish and produce, manufacture what we need. We feel it is when we start producing these items, we can do more. And I can tell you, nobody is taking this for granted. We're equally troubled and worried that these individuals keep on moving here and there, but because we can't be everywhere at the same time. We have a number of drones that we use. They are not sufficient, but we're making use of what we have. And I can assure you, more are coming because the president has recently just approved more of these drones that we can use. But what I can tell you again for true, for real.
Could we please have Could we please have quiet in the hall, please? No side conversations, please. No side conversations, please.
Some of the difficulties we face actually is lack of communication all over the country. So sometimes when abductions are done, before the information gets to us, it's already taken place. They've gone into the forest. We have a massive forest area that once they go in, it makes it very difficult. And that's why we tell you it's important for Nigerians to work with us together. I know sometimes it looks as if things are not being done, but I guarantee you that the Nigerian military is doing so much, the government is doing so much, but we will do more. And I just want to appeal for your support.
Thank you. Thank you very much, General. Could we kindly have quiet in the hall? No side conversations. You can applaud, you can comment afterwards, but let's please give honor and respect to the panelists here. If there's one thing, General, and you can hear the buzz in the room, security is the most critical issue that we're facing as a nation today. If we don't fix it, God help us. So I wish you all the very best in all that you're doing. We'll come back to you with a few more security questions in a moment. His Excellency Governor and Minister Fashola, I know you have to catch a flight shortly, so we do appreciate the fact that you've taken time to stay with us. In tandem with the question that we've just, or the response that we've just heard, I'm glad to see that just yesterday the House of Representatives approved a bill for the creation of state policemen. Now, the benchmark that we have is that Nigeria actually requires 266,000, actually 550,000 policemen. We only have 371,800 at the moment, a shortfall of approximately 4,600 per state. So it's an open secret for many of us that our police force are poorly trained, poorly recruited, underfunded, and not strategically assigned. Now, my question is this. Most states in Nigeria are not financially viable. Many of them can hardly pay salaries of civil servants until recently. Do we really believe that they have the capacity to fund state police? And what is the assurance and what are the safeguards that we can put in place to ensure that they do not become instruments of oppression by the governors of those states? As a former governor, how would you respond to this?
So let me start by saying that when government is, as it is, confronted with securing its people and its territory, the odds are very adversely stacked against every government in the world. The odds are enormous. Government must be right every time, and the criminal needs to be right just once. Those are the odds. Because every time the criminal succeeds, the government seems to have failed. But it is because the odds are really enormous. But at the heart and soul of all of this is law and order. And there's a lot to unpack from that. Now, as far as state police is concerned, I think that I have written enough, I have said enough, ventilating my support for the idea. I think during my Senate's confirmation hearing before Senator Saraki and his colleagues, this is coincidental, but he was Senate President when I was being screened. I expressed my views, and it's on video. So I don't need to go into, I support it. But the truth is that we have made that choice now almost out of desperation. But it is better late than never. So I support it. But let me be clear. As far as the problems of today are concerned, the process of delivering a fit-for-purpose state police is further away than the necessity of today. So let us understand that the fact that the National Assembly has amended the Constitution, I believe now they have removed federal police and have just left the word police, which is what they have done. The Constitution will not set out the full details of how each state will do that. And I believe further that they will then move policing perhaps from the exclusive list to something that is concurrent. And that would open the door for states to then begin. So it's not a silver bullet of today. Let us just be clear as a people so that we have understanding. Now, back then when we proposed it, and this is historical to answer the question, one of my colleagues then said, look, a certain section of the country wasn't in support, and because they couldn't afford to fund it. That was the argument, I think, in 2008-9. I don't quite remember the year I was governor. And I said, look, unfortunately, you didn't raise this issue before you went to vote. You just shut the whole thing down. The truth is that not every state can afford to start on the same day. That's the honest truth. Our existential challenges across our diversities are not the same. So nobody should expect everybody to start every day. But very importantly, to the question of resourcing, the question to even ask is how many people, young people, want to work in the police? So that's the place to start. Whose children should go there? But if policing pays 500,000 a month, what kind of people should we put there? Shegu wants to join now. So it's important to have this conversation, and perhaps maybe National Assembly, I don't know how this will work, perhaps we'll then establish some kind of enabling act, and I'm not sure that is consistent also with the federal arrangement, but we must have some guardrails that perhaps helps to set a modicum curriculum of what a policeman should experience before he's unleashed on society in terms of empathy, civic behavior, community engagement. Now, in addition to that, I would also like guardrails about, there are some crimes that don't need guns. So at what level do we deploy arms? Rape, domestic violence, they are crimes. And they need to be policed as well and prosecuted, and investigated and prosecuted. So again, what are the guardrails for when a police officer deploys or is allowed to carry arms? As far as the fear of politicians about abuse, the truth is that the potential for abusing law enforcement is there in every part of the world. And it must not blind us to the necessity to take steps to first protect ourselves and our children and our families and our communities. Those who potentially can abuse the system and perhaps are immune, people like me in my former life, we have lost our immunity now. So if we had abused the police system, we will actually be made to then account.
Your Excellency, I want to do a very quick follow-up, particularly because I know you do have to leave shortly. What I'm hearing is that, again, passing the bill is one thing. The implementation and the operationalization of it is going to take quite a while. But we do have a security challenge, a major one, which is why in different parts of the country we now have vigilante groups that are emerging. We have Amotekun in the west, we have Ebube Agu in the east, and a lot of them, some of them have actually done very good work providing local intelligence to law enforcement and actually have helped apprehend criminals. But I want us to take an example from Burkina Faso, where the government, because of the challenges that it was facing, actually helped equip and fund 28,000 vigilante groups in the country. Something happened. Crime did not go down. It actually increased by 82%. And on the Global Terrorism Index, it went from 12th to second position globally. So we have a vacuum at the moment. What is it that we can do to ensure that the vigilante groups, where they do exist, do not become laws unto themselves?
So again, I pivot back to the necessity for guardrails, proper evaluation, minimum standards of who comes in and who goes out. And there's a lesson to be learned from here, Lagos. So when the Traffic Management Authority last month was set up, it was set up as an immediate response to take young people off the street. That was how it started. Of course, not too long after, citizens were complaining that, look, they abused them, and then we started prosecuting our own staff. But eventually, what did we do? We realized that in that system, non-graduates, by reason of their tenure in office, were superintending graduates, and we knew something was wrong. So we went back room and we decided, okay, these people are almost like ad hoc contract staff. So we then created a line for them to enter into the civil service and become pensionable. That was the trade-off, and they agreed. And we said, okay, if you are coming into the civil service, you can't be senior to those who are more qualified than you. So we inverted the pyramid of leadership with experience, hopefully, and some exposure by way of education. So the graduates then were let in, I think, at level 7 or level 8, thereabout. Those who had been before them, who were not graduates, then came in maybe at level 4 or something. I don't remember the levels now. And then we accounted for their experience and put them beneath. And then we started a process of community interaction, so that you were not just going out there to go and apprehend people, but to understand your primary purpose was to move traffic, not to earn money. So it's a lot of training and retraining and orientation. And that process is more important, if you ask me, than just setting up the institution itself.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm going to come to Ayo Obe next. The very first time I was hit with the butt of a policeman's gun, I think I was doing my youth service in Nigeria at the time. So I am very familiar with the fact that sometimes the police is not your friend in Nigeria. But that's the slogan. You know, the slogan is that the Nigerian police is your friend. Just last week, or well, not last week, just a few weeks ago, a policeman shot a young man who had been apprehended in cold blood, with impunity, with no emotions at all. And a few days later, another policeman not only challenged his bosses in Abuja, but vowed to kill anybody who dared to videotape him in the course of his activities. Obviously, there's a breakdown of public trust between the elected and police elements. What is it that we can do, in your opinion, to end endemic police corruption, violence, threats, extrajudicial killings, all of which undermine the democratic process. What do we need to do? You spoke earlier about a commission that was set up, and there have been several commissions that have been set up to improve not only the quality of the police, but also their activities. What are we missing, and what can we do differently?
I have to say that that report that we did, the Civil Society report on police reform, was in 2012. And it's actually quite almost depressing to realize how little has changed in the 14 years since then. And I don't actually know what the answer is, because there is no substitute for a quality intake that you give a quality training to. And so when you were mentioning the numbers, when I was appointed to the Police Service Commission to represent Nigerian human rights groups, the president, there were two problems. One was that there had been this, we've got to have a certain number of people in the police, and so there was a mass recruitment, and President Obasanjo later confessed that some of the people we recruited were criminals. And the other, of course, was that the police had gone on strike because of the poor conditions under which they were serving. We've all seen the barracks under which they live. We know the conditions which we expect them to live in. We give them weapons, and then we tell them to protect us. It's a bit like saying that, well, I trust my driver with my life, but I can't trust him to go and buy petrol. We've got this mentality that they will know that this is where they can go crazy, and this place here is where they will stay within the bounds that we have set for them. I don't think it's going to work like that. And I don't think it's just a matter of numbers. I'm not a security expert, so I can't really say why the police behave the way they do, because even in countries where they are well paid, you only have to look at the United States of America to see that it's not simply a matter of lack of resources that makes a police officer behave badly. It's more a matter of power. It's a power relationship. I have the power, you don't. You're a bloody civilian, and let me say that, by the way, that the police do think of themselves as a force, not as civilians, and that therefore you have to obey, and sometimes it pops out. So it's really the question of how do you train and socialize the police officer to have pride in their work. And that's not just because, and you know, even as a police officer who has pride in their work, you're still going to meet the person on the street who's going to abuse you and treat you like dirt. And you're still going to have that professionalism. I remember when my car was stolen several years ago, and I went to the police station, and while I was there talking to the commissioner, to the officer in charge, who happened to have actually gone through one of the civil liberties organizations' trainings for human rights and the police, believe it or not, and he had the book in his bookcase. But somebody had come to say, look, these, you've arrested two girls, and that, please, can you let them go? The person was really making a case. And the man said, he asked some questions, and then he said, well, there's a case. And as for me, I'm a police officer to the core. And therefore, I'm not going to just say you can go. And I felt that, I mean, he wasn't dealing with my matter, but I felt that this is somebody who, despite everything, had some pride in his calling as a police officer. And I think that we are not allowing those people to flourish because of, just as I explained about the situation of late DIG Haruna John, and this idea that you can do your policing for ordinary people, but when somebody else comes along, you will step aside and
no, just finish.
You will step aside and allow the power dynamic that no longer favors you to be affected.
Okay. Thank you very much. Obviously, what we're also talking about here is the need for greater professionalism, funding, training. But I want to I'm glad that we have two former governors on the panel. I'm going to start with the former Senate President, two-time governor of Kwara State, and then I'm going to pivot to the former governor, Fashola, on my left. As governors, you're referred to as chief security officers. We've heard from the general. Again, one of the things that we constantly hear is the lack of sufficient funding for the army, for the police. But in the years 2023 to 2025, governors in Nigeria received as chief security officers security votes totaling 525 billion naira. That is $386 million over a 2-year span. Yet, when there is a crisis or there's a situation with insecurity, we tend to think that this is primarily the responsibility of the federal government. My question to the both of you is, should this fund be redefined? Some say it's a slush fund, actually, because it can be utilized with absolutely no auditing and no legislative oversight. So in the midst of the abundance of these funds, what responsibility do the chief security officers, i.e. governors, have for ensuring security at a local level? And should this fund, particularly as we're beginning to talk about state police, be reformed to make it a whole lot more effective? I'm going to start with Your Excellency Saraki first.
Thank you very much. So again, let me express my honor to be here, and let me appreciate those of you, especially the young ones, who have decided to pick a Friday afternoon to be here talking about Nigeria, as opposed to other things you'll be doing. I think I want to pivot a bit, because it's so easy for us to come to this platform and we could politicize some of these issues, that I think we need to look at it from a more patriotic approach. What do I mean by that? As you rightly said, governors are not really chief security officers of their state in reality. That does not mean they don't have responsibility in ensuring that they secure lives and properties. That does not mean that the security votes that they have, they cannot utilize properly. I don't doubt that. But what I'm saying is that I want us to look at it as a reflection of the system that we have presently. And I want to go back to two issues: rule of law and the process by which we elect leaders into the country. Two issues. For as long as we have the kind of electoral process that we have now, where elected officials, be it governors, House of Representatives, President, believe that they only need so few people to vote, oh, you know what? Your vote really doesn't matter. So even if I perform or don't perform, I'm still going to come back. So how then do you make them more accountable? At the moment, they're not. And when in a society, there's no consequence for bad behavior. So you cut it, you increase it. You, as a representative of this state, can you actually vote that governor out of office by the process that we run now? So we can be academic and discuss this.
But with regards to these significant, humongous financial resources, is there reform that is necessary?
The reform that is necessary is, first of all, let us get that electoral process that whoever we vote for has the capacity on who we wish to vote for and is accountable to us.
But
as long as it's not, that's number one.
I think the security vote is more of a national issue and not peculiar to states. It's a vote. The monies are there.
The vote can be taken out. Are you understanding? The vote can be taken out and sent back to federal government. I'm not holding responsibility that what I'm saying is that if we want to
Senator Saraki, I'm saying this because you can already hear the buzz in the room.
Yes.
These are germane issues that many Nigerians are beginning to point a finger at and say we need to deal with this.
I agree with you.
Thoroughly.
The point I'm saying is that we can politicize that. We can take the vote out. We can take the security vote and say governors do not have security vote. We can do that. I agree with that entirely. What I'm saying is that I want us to take out those. It's easier for me. I'm sitting down here. I'm not in office. It's easier for me to condemn that, and we all clap and say yes. But I want to look beyond. How do we address making this Nigeria safer? That security vote, they can take it out, let it go back to federal coffers. I agree to that, and ensure that they are now more accountable. But what my concern is that how do we make our elected officials more accountable to us beyond just the funds at their disposal? That's my own concern. We talked about, just now we're talking about state police. And we talked about consequence of policemen doing things that they're not. Why do they do it? They do it because there's no consequence. The rule of law does not apply. Even the governors themselves, the rule of law does not apply.
So in other words, the issue with the security votes is just a small part of a larger issue.
It should be addressed as well.
It's about the rule of law and holding governors accountable. And I think the reason why that is important is that one of the speakers was saying earlier that when we talk about government in Nigeria, the tendency is to begin to think of government as Abuja. But what the statistics tell us right now is that under the current administration, states in Nigeria are receiving as much as 2 to 3 times more than what they did a few years ago. In actual fact, in Q1 of 2026, what some of the governors have received was more than what they received in 2024 or 2023.
This is very true.
So I think we need to not just hold the government at the center responsible.
No, we should.
But what you're saying here again is that the rule of law and accountability and the absence of impunity must also apply at the state level.
That is the fundamental thing we must address in turning this country around. Governors now today, the money they receive now due to subsidy removal, right, has ensured that they've got more than ever before. So more is expected of them. But in reality, at the end of the day, it's not just the funding. Some of these fundamental issues must be addressed. That's the point I'm making.
Thank you very much, Senator Saraki. I'm going to come to Governor Fashola. I know you have to run after this, but please, your word on this. Security votes, you're a former governor. You know the utility of it. You know how some of your colleagues have utilized it. Should it be reformed? Is it necessary in the light of the security challenges that we're dealing with at the moment?
Okay, it would be remiss of me not to use this opportunity first to say a word about, another word, if you like, about the restructuring of the intended police structure. And I think that it might just help for nomenclature and mindset to move from the idea of a police force to a police service as a service, and I think that kind of mindset is where to start. Now, this security vote thing, whenever I hear some of my colleagues talk about it, I don't know what it means because I never had it in Lagos. Well, maybe you were the governor, but I was the governor. So, I speak for what I know. I was the governor. There was no security vote. All our acquisitions were domiciled in the Ministry of Budget and Planning. So you were saying governors received something as security vote. I don't know if Governor Saraki got that kind of, I didn't get it. And I don't know from where they were getting it. But the point to make is that Constitution prescribes that we are chief security officers of our states. And we can't walk away from that. So I proudly accepted that title, and I did what we could with my team to make this place safer. And for those who lived here back in the time, we used to have a monthly security meeting. It held every first Wednesday of the month. In 8 years, I never missed that meeting. So, when Musa was talking about transitions and high crime, I could connect with it because we took data every month and we set up a security trust fund. People invested in it. The accounts were audited, the assets were audited, and every year we came to a town hall like this, not just to come and talk to Lagosians about what we were doing with the resources, but to also tell them what we were doing in terms of crime, measuring the data of specific crimes in the previous year to what has changed in the current year. And we started from a very, very poor base. And those who live here will remember, if we had 3 successful armed robberies in 1 week, back then, it was a good week. Because it was almost every day. So it wasn't also guns and policemen. We were the first state to embrace the cashless policy of the CBN regime at that time under Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, His Excellency. And that meant today, when you transfer money, when you send money electronically, what we were doing was taking cash away from the homes so that there was no incentive for people to go and be abducted in their homes. It wasn't just a battle won with arms and guns. It was also a battle won with policies. And crime is very dynamic. Crime is very dynamic. As you win one battle, a new crime emerges. It doesn't end. That is the unending work of all of these people who sit here. It doesn't end until you die. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor Fashola. And as Governor Fashola makes his exit, please give him a round of applause. I'm going to come to, thank you very much, Your Excellency Fashola. I'm going to come to Brian in just a moment. And yes, you're from Zimbabwe. You're adopted as a Nigerian, as an honorary Nigerian. But I want us to, again, pivot from what Governor Fashola just mentioned a few moments ago. Combating crime with policies, but also with technology. And I wonder, especially after listening also to the excellent presentation that General Musa made, I wonder sometimes, are we fighting criminality, banditry, militancy with the wrong weapons? And I'm going to ask, because it's not just a Nigerian issue, it's an African issue, but I just want to throw out these statistics for a moment. Nigeria's MPI, that is the Multidimensional Poverty Index, which measures levels of poverty across health, education, and basic living standards, is 0.257. But in the following 3 states, Sokoto scores an abysmal 0.408, Zamfara State 0.328, and Borno State 0.315. Every single one of these states is among the most violent in the country. Now, we spent, and we've heard the General say, that we spent a tremendous amount of resources, money, and time fighting banditry, criminality, and insecurity. Are we missing something here, particularly with regards to governance, democracy, and the alleviation of poverty?
Thank you. It's difficult to arrest poverty. We in the northern part of Nigeria, since I'm adopted from, I said before that insecurity is inversely proportional to historical neglect and underinvestment, not just in infrastructure, but in opportunities. And it's important to understand that the real solution to insecurity would be shared prosperity. The only pathway to shared prosperity would be developing a form of industrial base based on the wealth of the country. Now, the pathway from where Nigeria is now to that ideal is not a speech, it's hard work. And fundamentally, we can get all the technology. If we are spending more on technology to deal with the symptoms and a lot less in education, in healthcare, in food security, in jobs, and etc., we will need more technology than America, China, Japan, and Turkey put together, because we have been manufacturing poverty on an industrial scale. The more poverty we manufacture, the more insecurity we get. It essentially means now that there is a realization amongst the elite, the middle class, amongst the poor, that insecurity is a threat to national prosperity, to regional prosperity. The fundamental question is, what do we do about the same states you were talking about? If you look at the number of people who go to bed hungry, or absolute poverty numbers, it's scandalous. But let me challenge you. Look at the number of millionaires generated from the public sector from the same state. So there is a contradiction here. I'm not saying let's penalize hard work, that no one can come from a state that's poor and become successful. I'm simply saying there is a contradiction between, remember the proverb I shared, if a cat wishes to be a lion, it has to stop its obsession or its appetite for rats, right? We cannot separate the imperative of security from the imperative of fighting corruption, the imperative of fighting illicit flows. But this therefore means the modernization that the general was talking about needs to happen more rapidly. We're not going to get, I think that it is the Christians, if it's not Christians, don't be angry, madam. It's the Christians that say you can't pour new wine into old wine skins. Our service was structured for an analog moment. The digital moment also means we have to look at the human resource planning and policy architecture of the public service. The human resource planning and policy architecture of the public service, which is still based on that progression, the linear progression that Governor Fashola was talking about. You are not going to attract some of our finest techies, other than appealing to their patriotism, to come start at the very bottom so that they can rise up the ladder of fighting crime. So we have to bridge two things. Bringing more young people who have new qualifications required to operate the technology we need to fight the crime, and the historical public service rules that actually make it very fast, very slow for them to get wherever they want to get.
And on that note, I'm going to agree with you there. There definitely is a tremendous amount of space to bring in young voices into governance, into politics. If we look at the early part of Nigeria's history, General Gowon became president, head of state at the age of 30 or 31. Dieter Spiff, who was the governor of Rivers at the time, was about 28, 29. So suddenly we've now gotten to a point where we are saying that the young population should not have a voice, when the people, many of them who are still in power, had a voice when they were their age many years ago, which leads me to the issue of meritocracy and political patronage, which you've talked about quite a bit. I am of the view that, yes, there is a place for political patronage. It happens in pretty much every country of the world. Some are appointed ambassadors, some are appointed into ministerial positions. But isn't it important that we put those who lack capacity, lack the qualifications, even if you want to cater to their political value, to put them in places where they can have the least amount of harm? You cannot put them in charge of health. You cannot put them in charge of education. And there's so many other places, including defense, that you cannot put them. So how do we balance as Africans the issue between political patronage and meritocracy that leads to development and the sustainability of democracy?
Let me complicate it for you a little bit more. When I was in the UNDP, we were setting up a center for public service excellence together with the Singaporean Lee Kuan Yew University. And I had read many books on meritocracy. So I really went on about merit. And then the Singaporean professor said to me, be careful. If you are coming into a society which, as a result of history and bias, certain communities had better access to education, to healthcare. If you only apply merit, the communities that were historically privileged are the only ones that go past the door. You will have a new problem of inequality. Apply that to genders, right? If men have always had an advantage, and you only say we're doing merit, what you end up with is reproducing historical inequality. So, but to go back to your specific point was, I think the Chinese started applying what you are talking about. You don't come up to national leadership until you've been tested at a practical level. So that at the national level, we're not experimenting with you as a greenhorn. We give you the opportunity to prove yourself at the state level, prove yourself at the departmental level, and etc. Unfortunately, a system or a political party system that's structured on short-termism cannot produce that kind of long-term view. Our political party systems across most of Africa are really about, we have a 4-year cycle. Enough for us to either steal or build, but not enough to plan 50 years. And so something in between was our saving grace. Our colonizers had thought that a civil service that is apolitical, that is neutral and professional would be our saving grace. But unfortunately, what we have done is we politicized the civil service, because one of the merits of getting into government was determining who you could appoint in the civil service. Once you've taken away the apolitical nature of a civil service, the professional nature of a civil service, what you call merit is preference. I want to suggest that maybe what all the speakers were saying today, there is a fundamental requirement for us to actually have a real look at the civil service and how to insulate it from the shifting political winds that happen, or at least a percentage of it, being realistic, because you can't say, well, you are now in power, Mr. President. You can't change the head of the revenue service. You can't change so and so. But what I think you said earlier about the judiciary, like if you're looking at the judiciary, historically the intention was that the judiciary would play this neutral role across the continent, captured judiciaries, politicized judiciaries, or rather, the judicialization of politics and the politicization of the judiciary has essentially meant the judiciary is more a political space than it is a legal space. And politics has become a judicial game on who can win the judicial game. So I would like to say to you, merit matters, but merit requires framework. Visions matter, but every vision requires a system.
Thank you very much, Brian Kagoro. Talking about vision, my definition of visionary leadership is very simple. It's the ability to anticipate the future long before it arrives and the capacity to bring a preferable future into the present. That being said, I recall the first time I visited Dubai. That was in the year 2000, just before 9/11. Back then, everything that you see in Dubai right now, with the exception of Burj Al Arab, maybe the Dubai Media Center, Dubai Internet Center, and the Gold Souk. That was all that existed. I used to eat with Bedouins on the sands of Dubai, where you have Sheikh Zayed Boulevard right now that leads to all of the major malls there. But they captured my imagination when I began to speak to some of the leaders. They told me specifically what they were going to accomplish in 20 years. They had a very clear vision. And they accomplished it and more. This is the challenge, and I'm going to come to Senator Saraki here. In Nigeria, we have had several development plans that are either contrary to one another, inconsistent, unsustainable, or they do not survive even the next administration. Under President Obasanjo, we had the NEEDS, National Economic Empowerment and Development Strategy. Vision 2020 under President Yar'Adua. Transformation Agenda under President Jonathan. Economic Recovery and Growth Plan under President Buhari. And now under the Renewed Hope Agenda for President Tinubu. My question is, to ensure that we can get to that preferable future and bring what we desire in the future into the present, do we not require a long-term national development plan that can survive successive administrations? If not, why not? What are your suggestions?
I don't think the problem is the plan. I think there are many very good plans in the past. The issue has always been, and will always continue to be, who are those that are going to drive those plans? What is the quality of the people being elected? There's no shortcut towards turning around this country. So I would say to you that yes, whether you take needs, it is the blueprint. If you look at all those plans, they're pretty much, maybe it's just a little difference. It is the people that have to implement those plans. How do we get in the right kind of people into government? We talk about young people who are so good in their private sector. As the doctor was saying, what incentive would they leave what they're doing to come into an environment where there's no accountability? There's none. So for as long as we don't have the right kind of people that have the capacity to come and drive those plans will continue to be what they are, which is plans. And that is why it might sound simple, but in turning this country around, we need to go back to the fundamentals of saying, how do we have the right kind of people in government? If you ask yourself, we talked about local government level. In other countries, sometimes you find well-accomplished private sector people who say, you know what, I just want to go and be chairman of my council. But if you look at the quality of people that go to council in our country, they are not people that some of you even employ in your different companies. So until we have the right kind of people in office, those plans that you talked about will not be implemented. And that's why I want to keep on emphasizing this issue, because I'm speaking from somebody who has seen it close. And my solution, and people are writing down until we address that, is how do we ensure that those who are held in office, one, are accountable to us. That means they believe that if they fail, they will not come back. When people perform in offices, it's because they are MDs, they've been given targets by their companies to say you must declare this amount of profit. If they don't, the board will fire them. But majority of people who are being held in office today do not feel that they are truly accountable to the people that elected them. So what is the incentive to perform? But if there is, you either vote them in or you vote them out. And if I'm a young chap and the process allows me, because even if I don't have money, if the acceptability of my people, I can win election, people will go into office. So my view is not the plan. We have many good plans, but do we really elect people who are capable? And what we need to do is start addressing the process, fighting the corruption of the process. As a society today, our morals, even in our own lives, do not give that kind of address. What do I give us? A lot of Nigerians today, in Nigeria, we behave lawlessly. But when we're in an environment that is lawful, we conform to that environment. And until we address these fundamental issues, we will not be able to, because we were talking long term now. These are things that cannot happen overnight. These are things that we need to build on the long term. They might not sound glamorous, they might not sound populism, but where we have got to now, honestly, we need to go back and sit back and begin to reset us as an environment in addressing that. Those are my own views on it.
Thank you very much, Senator Saraki. We've almost run out of time. I'm looking at the clock here, but before I come to you for 1 minute closing comments, I want you to speak to the issues that are critical to you. I want to come to Ayo Obe. As a lawyer, at least somebody who has worked in the space, justice denied is justice delayed, and it's all part of the democratic process. The last I checked, there were about 500,000 outstanding cases between the Supreme Court of Nigeria and the federal high courts. How can there truly be a democratic process where the rights and the liberties of Nigerians are respected and honored and justice done in the midst of such a backlog? What can we do to remedy this situation? And then I'll come to our panelists for 1 minute each for your closing comments.
I'm going to be brief because I can see that our time is up. Look, we need more judges, but we also need a situation where all these political cases which take precedence over we ordinary jobbing lawyers, where all these political cases that take precedence over the work being done by jobbing lawyers is that they have somewhere else to go, because most times I have cases at the Court of Appeal that have not even got a date for 3 years because every 4 years the political cases sweep the whole timetable of the courts off. So I think that we certainly need more judges. But we need to appoint the right judges. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a game of numbers.
More judges, facilitation of the judicial process. I'm going to start with Brian. Your closing comments in 60 seconds. Ayo, then General Musa, and finally Senator Saraki.
I think that Nigerians, especially Nigerian young people and women, have not given up. Whilst a lot of the dialogue sounds like they're concerned merely with survival, I think when I go across the continent and when I engage Nigerian civil society, what gives me hope is that young people not only believe in this country, believe in this continent, believe in the future, is they're trying to build the alternative. If there's anything that can be done, is for leadership, for policies and systems to enable the young people to build that alternative. This country is great, the people are great, people's hopes are great, and despair is never going to neutralize that hope, that constant willingness to struggle. Okay,
we're going to lose channels in just about 2 minutes, I've been told. So 30 seconds each, if you don't mind.
When we started having this problem over a decade ago, I remember many of us, we laughed and we said that, this is an opportunity, it's going to be taken as an opportunity for making money, rather than addressing the issue. Because when General Musa spoke about asymmetrical warfare, and I just thought about, yes, the United States has a military-industrial complex, and yet it is not able to defeat Iran. And we too, if we make our security response about making money and profit, and meanwhile the people who are attacking us and all the rest of it are doing their own asymmetrical approach, we are going to miss road. So I think we need to stop, we need to insulate ourselves against the idea that this is going to be an instantly money-making. The money-making comes from when we are secure.
Thank you very much. General Musa, over to you.
Thank you very much. Mine is just to appeal to the younger ones, to the youths. Nigeria is a great nation. We are blessed having you. We must not despair. We must not give in to violence. We must not allow anybody or anything put us down. We must close those gaps, work together as Nigerians, support one another, support your armed forces, support your government, and you must ask questions. Don't just be the yes men. In elections, you must go and vote, you must protect your vote, ensure whoever is your leader, local government, state government, you ask questions and demand your right. Sometimes you might think it is dangerous. If you don't do it, the outcome is most dangerous. So I want to appreciate everyone here and to thank you for all the support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Musa. Senator Saraki, over to you.
I think I'm speaking also in the same line. I want to build the future of this country. Not only as Nigeria, as a continent, this is the next frontier. There are great opportunities ahead. I don't think all is lost, but I believe it's time for the followers as well to hold the leaders accountable. I can't say it enough, that for as long as we hold our leaders accountable, there will be personal sacrifice, personal cost, but the future is bright. We have shown in other sectors, apart from leadership, that we have good people in Nigeria that can, whether it's the health sector or education, across the country, across the world, where even in sports and entertainment. So we have the people. The only thing that is lacking now is leadership, those who are in position of authority. And I believe that the only way to do that is participating and holding them accountable. Once we do that, I promise you this country will be a better country for all of us. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just before I hand over to the MC of the program to close us out, it's been a wonderful pleasure moderating this session with our very distinguished panelists, the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Chris Musa, retired, His Excellency Senator Bukola Saraki, to the former Governor of Lagos State and Minister who has left us to catch a flight, Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, as well as to Brian Kagoro by way of Zimbabwe and Kaduna State, and last but certainly not the least, Ayo Obe. Thank you for your contributions, invaluable insights. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly give your panelists a round of applause as I invite Sylvia to come back on the platform. Thank you, sir. Yes, I think we're good.
Let's keep clapping. All right, let's keep clapping, please. allow our special guests to get off the stage, please just all take our seats, and you can keep clapping as we usher them off. Thank you very much for your contributions. All right. Let's keep clapping as they go off the stage. Thank you, all our special guests. And that brings us to the end of the platform June 12th edition. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you for your contributions. Please keep the conversations going online. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day.